and lacks the natural pauses and rhythms of a human voice. You will notice something irregular at the edge of the head and the background. It is because the image has most likely been superimposed on that background. Another indication that this video is fake. Finally, always check who is posting the video. In this instance, the post is from a group calling itself Citizens for a Healthy Nation. When you click on the link, it tells you they are into advertising and marketing based in South Africa. This should tell you it is not from Joy News. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the Dominican Republic and an 809 area code that has been associated with scams in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from Joy News. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or acting on any information. Or better still, you can report to the police or the FDA or come to our offices at Joy News to verify any advertisement.
I am in Athalia Kwanzaa in Takrady, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
How come say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put out for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day.
Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Good morning, Ghana. Today on Newsfile, we confront 4 defining issues shaping our democracy and economy. First, Ghana has exited the IMF. The IMF's extended credit facility ahead of schedule. We hail it as proof of restored stability, lower inflation, stronger cedi, rising reserves. Yet, this is our 18th return to the IMF. And history warns that without deeper reforms, independence from bailouts may remain elusive. And right at the heart of this debate is the Electricity Company of Ghana, whose mounting operational losses threaten to unravel those gains. The IMF is pressing for a fast track of what we appear to have desired: privatization of Ecg's operations. It argues that inefficiency in the power sector is a direct risk to economic stability. Second, the Institute of Economic Affairs is calling for full nationalization of mineral resources, insisting that only state ownership can secure sovereignty. Sovereignty. And fair wealth distribution. But the Chamber of Mines pushes back, warning that excluding multinationals risk choking investment, production, and growth. Is nationalization, empowerment, or economic self-sabotage? Third, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has slammed attacks on free speech. So, 2 weeks ago was it, when I said that this government in less than 2 years has used their repressive, speech legislations, particularly Section 208 of the Criminal Offences Act, more than the 8 years of the Akufo-Addo regime. Some of you didn't believe that, right? I'll give you the numbers. There are more and staggering. So he slammed the government for the attacks on free speech, insisting that criticism of government must not be criminalized. Yet, recent arrests of opposition communicators raise the question: is free speech truly protected, or is political opinion being punished under the guise of false news? And finally, Ghana has begun repatriating citizens from South Africa after xenophobic attacks. Yet, there has been no confrontation of the criminal bullying, yes, that's what I call it, criminal bullying, behind those abuses. Some of our citizens, they have their shops, businesses are being seized. And it is political leaders who are leading that in South Africa. Really? Are we safeguarding our people or retreating from the fight for dignity abroad? These are not isolated debates. They cut to the core of our economic sovereignty, our democratic freedoms, and our responsibilities, citizens at home and abroad. So, stay with us as we interrogate these narratives, test the claims, and demand clarity where power prefers silence. We'll be right back to deal with these vexed matters.
eko becho ake wobu noni wosumo be kume ejon shikenisa koni lahi sani akaba. Heba moje noni jiji oda ne eji tuebo alo tuefe mu kokobo ofe ni bibi je jale pena.
Lahi afaba fo Josh shinke jomino ake makwemi hino jodwan.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
More Kivo inside. Kivo Gary Soaking Mix. Taste of Ghana.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, attention you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Me did it, Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasso. Sasso, come and tum preko.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oluma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And my guests are seated. And from the very extreme to my left, Kofi Bento, lawyer and senior vice president, Imani Africa. I call him the rebel. And just by him is Godfred Bokping. If you didn't know he is a prophet of sorts, will disclose to you the prophecy he made about the economy that the government has now decided to do. He's professor of finance and an economist. He's at the University of Ghana. We will be joined by Dr. Theo Echampong, technical advisor at the Ministry of Finance. Also, Dr. Kwabena Nyako-Otu, Deputy Secretary General of the Trades Union Congress, CUC. Abbas Nuruddin, who is lawyer and CEO, Social Investment Fund, speaks for the NDC. Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe, CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. But right here also is Gary Nimako-Mafo, who is Director Legal Affairs of the New Patriotic Party. And also, right by me, is Samuel Dubik Mahama, former Managing Director, the Electricity Company of Ghana. So the IMF says that we have done well, we have exited, ahead of time, all of that. Then it points us to problems with the ECG that may take our economy, downhill. Points us to problems with Cocoa Board, also the gold purchase program. That's look like there's trouble if we don't do certain things right. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for making time to join us.
Good morning.
Right. So, as you know, let's check what the IMF has been saying. Let's do that quickly. What the IMF has been saying, and then we'll look at that issue together with the Electricity Company of Ghana as well. And then we'll go to the other issues.
Time frame for the PCI is 36 months. 36 months. 36 months. How the PCI works, the mission chief will take you through it. It's largely reform-based, and you agree on a reform package, and the reforms will be reviewed twice a year. And just like a normal review, and it will go to board for board approval and a stamp to indicate to the world that Ghana is on path. And I just want to say that we are not in a hurry to go to the capital market.
All right, so the figures show that we have done quite well. Let me begin with Professor Bokping. And I remind Professor Bokping about a few things that he has said, if he himself has forgotten, that appear to be happening now. Thank you once again, Prof. So it does look like almost all the metrics, our reserves, the, inflation, everything, tick, we're doing well. So why are they still pushing us to sell ECG quickly?
Good morning to my seniors here and the good people of Ghana.
Good morning, Professor.
Yes, thank you for inviting me here. Yes, let me start off this way, and I think it is just fair to commend the government. Of course, the previous government also played a role. We went in late. Sometimes we miss the optimal time to go for the program. And the current program that we are on, it is our considered view, and we said this before, that if the government had been a little proactive in reaching out to their IMF, we could have avoided domestic debt exchange. The parameters were quite clear, and the government should have taken that decision perhaps the third quarter of 2021. We were almost at the same economic fundamentals like Kenya. And Kenya went in for a program, but we delayed, and that worsened the economic fundamentals. And eventually, we had to go for something, let me say, the most pricey IMF program in all our history. And if you look at the price that we've had to pay for these gains you are talking about, it will take us years to recover, essentially, from the price we have had to pay. And this is the only program where we have had to pay the price over the entire 3-year period of the program, from DDEP to expenditure rationalization to all the losses you can talk about on the books of Bank of Ghana, which eventually became a debatable issue not long ago, and all of that. So
I'm not sure that debate is over, because as you continue to listen to the IMF, read their stuff, you can tell that that debate is not over. And whether they have made losses or not made losses at the Bank of Ghana, whether the gold program is giving us some issues, they're still lacking in there.
When I appeared on your program, I raised similar concerns that, look, Bank of Ghana may not be a profit-making, neither is it a loss-making, but it's only when you look at the cost of implementing their policies, then you are able to make certain kind of judgment about prudence and all of that. And if you look at the losses there, eventually, those losses there will be imposed on the taxpayers of this country. Because we have to recapitalize Bank of Ghana. And where would the money come from? If we issue bonds, that's debt that we have to be paid. If we make budgetary provision, that is taxpayers' money and all of that. So, but I must admit that, and the reason I decided to start off by commending government is the approach they adopted from 2025. The result of that is what we are talking about today in terms of low inflation and all of that, because something, when the original IMF program was approved on May 17th, 2023, which happened to be almost the same month and same day as our first IMF program, which was also approved on May 17th, 1966, we contended that the program design was going to impose too much hardship on Ghanaians, because the fiscal adjustment process was going to come heavily from revenue-based rather than expenditure-based. So the revenue adjustment was supposed to contribute more than 55% of the fiscal adjustment of about 5% of GDP, whilst expenditure cut or expenditure rationalization was going to do less. We submitted that the problem has to do with wasteful spending, which the program didn't fully reflect. But what the government did when they took over 2025 was to switch from what we call revenue-based fiscal consolidation to expenditure-based, essentially by cutting expenditure. And most of them were wasteful spending. So, something, you notice that in nominal terms, government shrunk expenditure by more than 10 billion, in fact, more than $1 billion. By the end of 2025, when government recorded a primary surplus of 2.6%, in fact, actually 1 percentage point of GDP more than they had promised, 1.1 percentage of GDP more than they had promised in the budget, the fiscal savings from there was over $2 billion. So the expenditure cut has been quite huge. And I believe that the government internalized austerity. The result of that gave room for the monetary side to also deploy their instrument effectively in bringing down inflation.
When the minister says that this milestone represents the restoration of macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability well ahead of original timeline, he's right.
Yes, he's right. He's right.
So for the ordinary Ghanaian, what does that mean?
So what it means, that if you look at the original program, we were actually supposed to achieve inflation of 8% by the end of 2025. End of 2025, we had achieved inflation of 5.4%, more than the program target. The original IMF program had envisaged that our debt sustainability was going to be achieved by 2028, where we would have been able to bring down debt to GDP ratio in present value terms to 55% by 2028. As at the end of 2025, our debt to GDP ratio was less than 46%. In fact, much lower than what we had agreed in the amended Public Financial Management Act with the debt limit rules of achieving a debt to GDP ratio of 45% by 2034 or earlier. So we had achieved that. And then if you look at international reserves, we had also exceeded that. So on those parameters, we had made much progress than the timeline given to us. But this is what it also means. So what it means is that we have fast-tracked things so much and denied certain considerable level of development and spending.
We will talk about that because of what has also been done. We have been giving some kind of leeway to spend at a certain percentage. I don't understand all those. So I'll come back to that. Let me take the preliminary comments of your colleagues. Yes, Kofi Bentil. So international reserves before and after the IMF. When we're going to the IMF, I mean, in 2023, our reserves $5.8 billion US. Today, 14.4 billion. Our public debt before the IMF, $579 billion US. Now 641 billion. Import cover before was 2.7 months. Now is 5.1 months. The rate of the currency to the US dollar before was trading at 14 Ghana cedis. That's 2023. 14 Ghana cedis, 13 pesos. Now it's 11 Ghana cedis, 41 pesos. So there's something to celebrate.
No.
Oh.
There's nothing to. And he's laughing because maybe he understands. You gave the lecture, the Imani lecture.
Yes.
Look, we've been here 18 times. Okay. And like I always say, I like to communicate more to the public. So now I'm thinking about my mama. Okay. Auntie Florence is home. Sometimes she listens to me and she will be questioning me. Very educated woman, but when Bob Quinn is talking and the nominal and whatever it is. So the best way to understand this is to look at it like a healthy person who falls sick. So Samson, Ghana is a healthy person. We have everything. We're an intensive unit. Well, hold on.
We've been moved to the ward.
Hear me.
So, for is it 36 months? And that's where I'll bring you in later.
So that's the point. Hear me. Ghana has all the food it needs, everything it needs to remain healthy. Okay? But Ghana tends to have one disease consistently. We've had it 18 times. It comes from the same bad habits. All right? We spend our money on the wrong things. We don't spend it on the right things. And then we waste the money. And sometimes we waste it in such terrible ways. It's like smoking weed or drugs, something you must not do at all. That is what we do with this economy. 18 times we've done that. Now, when we check into the intensive care place and we get what we call adult supervision, very quickly we recover. The reason why we recover quickly is because our problems are not real problems. Immediately we get adult supervision and somebody says, hey, you're going to eat well, you're going to, stop the wastage, you're going to do this and this, quickly we recover. And let me just cast your mind back. In the last government, when the NPP government came into power, the then NDC government had checked us into an IMF program. Same situation. And when the NPP government came in, I remember the statements of Xenophobia that we can do better than this. We shouldn't have gone into this program. It came because of, bad policies, this and that. And they checked us out early.
That's right. We celebrated that.
Yes. And had Kenke parties over it. Now,
you took some of the Kenke.
No, I didn't go for the party. I wasn't. But you see, here's the point. Fio is here. They are Imani fellows. We had a forum on it. And we spoke. The point I want to make is this. Listen. At the time we checked out, look at it this way. You are a sick person under supervision. Yes, you shouldn't have gone there, but you went there. The doctor says, give me 6 months to properly fix you. Okay? Then your uncle comes and says, you cry, we know your problem. So in 4 months, your uncle checks you out. Okay? Somebody will say, maybe wait and get stronger and check out in 6 months. Says, no, we can handle this. So you check out and then we take care of the rest. That's what Xenophobia did. Okay. We are back in the same place. By the time this government was going, we were back in intensive care. Same situations, same doctors, same issues. And we were part of the discussion that said we should go quickly to IMF because we saw it coming. And we had a whole argument over it with the past government. We went in late, and like Bob Pin is saying, we paid a heavy price for it. Why am I going through this? Why I say we shouldn't celebrate is that when you've done something 18 times, you should have a sense that you are addicted. There is something fundamentally wrong with you. Now, stability, you've stabilized the economy. It is not restructuring. Okay? You were eating too much sugar. You've cut down the sugar, but you are still addicted to sugar. Okay? Restructuring is moving away from the things that end you up in that place. We have not restructured this economy. We have just stabilized it. This person looks like he's doing fine. You know, do we have resilience? Okay? If we are hit by one or two things, will we survive? So as for celebration, we should be a bit careful. We are happy we've done this. But I'm telling you, those of us who watch these things, we always do this 18 times. So what I'm telling people is, yes, I've said it, I repeat it, this economy is in a better place.
All right.
But what we need to do is to figure out whether we can sustain this and whether we can move from stability to restructuring and resilience.
Right. Gary, so that's the question, right? There's no guarantee that we are not going to return the 19th, the 20th. And what kind of child doesn't get weaned? You're going back to breast milk all the time. It means you are not growing. But perhaps somebody will say, you being in the NPP, that you would think that when Akufo-Addo said, you know, in March, that 2020, that we know what to do to bring the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life. Perhaps this was what he meant. Yeah. And as the NPP continues to say, measures have been put in place that have brought us this far. Of course, contributed also by this government.
Well, Samson, good morning to you. Good morning to my cherished panelists, Fidentil, for the book pen, the big, and then Matthew, a champion. I think that, Samson, what you must all understand is that, well, to be someplace for 18 times, really, the addiction could be there. But how did we get to where we were? Let's not forget, first MPP administration did so well. 2017, 18, 19, 20. Second term, this COVID and this Russia-Ukraine matter we were talking about, they don't want to hear. They said what? What do you call it? Russia was far away. Now, yesterday I heard you. I heard yesterday. Now, Ukraine and Russia, is it close to Ghana or is it far from Ghana?
Of course, they are far away.
Yes, but you can see these external shocks have an impact on our economy. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That has been
well, we are going to pay more for fuel.
Is that correct?
It's because something is happening somewhere. Yeah.
But we are able to withstand this.
We can withstand it better now.
Right.
We have about shocks you cannot control.
Let me know.
In fact, the government has made some intervention to cushion, fuel.
Let
Don't take my time.
You invited him. You invited him.
I was trying to calm him down for you. I was
waiting for you.
You walked straight into it.
Because I've been listening to him.
Because if you say
okay, let's go back to economics. All things being equal.
All things being equal. But remember, don't take my word. The IMF themselves told you.
They always said
in May 2023, the program that we are just concluding, that Ghana had pre-existing fiscal vulnerabilities. And I have even been on this platform to say we even had a fiscal diabetes. Back to your addiction point. The reason why we've been going there 17, 18 times is because we have been mismanaging the economy. It's as simple as that. As for external shocks, it will come.
So
And we have even had one today. We are still in one, Iran, as we speak.
So
But the economy now is in a much, much better position for us to actually withstand.
than 2017, 2018, 2019.
Back in December 2022, at one point we have almost just 2 weeks of import cover. This country would have, collapsed. As we speak now, you're talking close to 6 months of import cover. That allows you to absorb
before this one,
some of the
cross the red line.
We had. So please, I beg you. Make your point. But what is very clear, whether it is the government data, whether it is IMF data, whether it is my friends from civil society, is that we mismanaged the economy after the pandemic. Oforiatta went to, remember,
I take my time.
You paid me.
One last point.
You take your turn. One last point.
Let's say that the real external shock in 2020 was the election.
Maybe. Oh, don't worry.
We are getting to elections.
It was the
election. We've had a shock.
Are you saying that? No. Wait a minute.
Gary, wait. We've had a shock that has come to test.
You're not like this. You're not like this.
Don't worry.
You're very tolerant. You're very tolerant.
Gary, I am.
No.
I am.
Okay.
But I'm just
my point in brief.
So, Doc, allow Gary to finish. You take your turn. And please, your papers.
Obi, you made a very poignant point. That where we are we in a stabilized environment that we can make progress? We say, well, if there's an external shock, we can resist it. Is that the case? Absolutely.
Yes, presently that is the case.
It's a test now.
Presently that's the case.
If that is the case.
If that was not the case, don't worry. I won't catch you. I'll give you time.
So you let Doc, don't intervene again.
If that is the case. You see, we all live in this country.
Fair enough.
We all live in this country. All right? We were here when my very good friend, Ecg Privatization, gave a statement out there. There's a likelihood that petrol prices may soar upwards because of the war within.
Going on, yes.
All right? Yes. We were all here when we saw the Strait of Iran. Hormuz was being blocked, thereby creating problems for passage.
It's still blocked now.
Still blocked now.
Yes.
And we are still in.
That's why fuel prices are going up.
Despite even not the blockade, petrol is still 40. If today is what today's date? It's 14 cities. You can double check.
What today? 16th. Yeah. Right. No, I'm saying this thing because you see tomorrow, tomorrow when the situation now starts shifting and changing, you don't come and sit here again and then change your mouth. That's what I'm saying. That's what is today's date.
I have not changed my mouth.
Very well.
All that I am saying is if those interventions hadn't been done. No, let me just make.
Sorry, hold on.
Let me make a small point.
I'll come to you now. Yes, the week.
So, you see, when you are dragged into a conversation that you are not supposed to be in, you start speaking like this.
You are here to assist us with the ECG discussion. But give us a brief commentary on what your thinking is about the IMF exit.
Look, let me land that point. He said, you change your mouth. He dragged him into it. He also said, I am not changing my mouth. He has been dragged into something that was not prepared. Well, I would say one thing. From where I sat and now what I see with the forex stability, it helps for forecasting.
Correct.
Initially, and I've been talking about this all the time, ECG's biggest problem is forex. It buys power in a different currency. So you go to work in the morning, by evening, your whole day is messed up because your accounting didn't balance. So for me, looking at some of these indicators, I must say, yes, we are in a good place. The money will add up and there will be enough stability for the company to grow. So for me, I would say, hey, kudos. Let's see where we go from here.
Right.
Because the problem is, or the issue is, we were trying to fix something. You were not able to fix it. Another person is there. They fixed it to a certain point. It's a continuum.
That's right.
So let's just thumbs up.
Is the forest fixing not artificial?
Maybe artificial.
It's not artificial?
Explain to us.
I'm asking you, it's not artificial.
No, please explain to us.
No, you are the one over there. I'm asking you. You are the one to explain to us.
So now, Theo, you can come in now. So the thing is there really anything to be celebrating, so to speak? So the administration is hailing this as the transition to a non-financing policy coordination instrument, where you are signing up for 36 months, right? As a monumental, graduation from the IMF bailouts, where you needed money. Now you are not asking for money, you are only asking the big boys to watch over you so that you don't slip. Whether you are going to be disciplined is another question, particularly when we get to the elections. But the IMF is explicit in warning against recurring cycles of fiscal imbalances that historically follow the end of Ghanaian programs. So why should Ghanaians believe this time will be any different, especially with the fiscal discipline required to maintain a 45% debt to GDP anchor by 2034?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much. And I think it ties into the conversation we're having here now.
If it doesn't, you still drag it into it.
There's a lot to celebrate.
All right.
And if you look at where we have come from, I think, Prof, you painted a picture of where we had come from, a very, very, very difficult position in the last 2-3 years. In fact, I was doing some work yesterday night, some research, and the last program in the last 2-3 years had been one of the most painful we have had since the 1980s structural adjustment days. You can look at the data.
Even if you compare, it doesn't.
The scale is even bigger than what we did in the mid-80s and all of that.
You traced it to 1960.
He's even gone back to 60.
Okay.
Right.
In the presentation you had made long ago, you had compared it to 1965.
Yeah, that was our first.
Which is the same, almost the same.
The same.
What's wrong with us? Yes. Okay, Theo,
That's what I'm saying.
And if you look at all the programs from 65 to the last one, 2 major recurring themes, right? The first one being you do have some external shock that may happen. But underpinning that, and this is the most important, is the internal, call it resilience. So you see that often because you've mismanaged things, it gets to the point that when the shock happens,
you're already on the floor. You're already on the floor.
You get
it just sweeps you away.
So there is no immunity. There is nothing that you're able to actually respond to. And this is where we are actually coming from. To the point that in the last 3 years, you actually at one point had people picketing, right, at the Ministry of Finance, begging for their monies, right, to be released to them. I know people whose older parents even died because they were waiting for monies, right, to be made available to them, and those monies did not come. And we've even seen videos, going around and news reports also to that effect. So what I'm saying is that if you look at where we are coming from, and especially the gains that you can actually see now, but importantly, as we say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The gains are being tested as we speak now with the ongoing war that is happening in the Middle East. And Gary's point, exchange rate, Dubig made a very important point that you actually have stability now. Even take all the other factors. Just isolate one, FX, because in our economy that we run, the exchange rate is almost everything, right? It feeds through to every other macro variable.
Yeah, like Dr. Bamia would say, if you do politics with it, the exchange rate will expose you.
Look, if we hadn't stabilized the exchange rate with what is happening on the external side, Gary, petrol, which is now selling at 14 cedis, 15 cedis, right, a litre now, would have been in over 20 cedis a litre now. Now, imagine the impact of that on inflation and inflation expectations going forward, right? To the point that the government is even in a position to say that we are prepared to cut some of the industry margins of the price of diesel to give additional cushion or comfort to consumers.
Is it sustainable? Right? That's my only
concern. It is, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you made a point that it's artificial, and I'm telling you that it is not artificial.
But the situation where
when you buy your own
pumping dollars on the market on a daily basis.
No, the Bank of Ghana is not pumping dollars. The Bank of Ghana
were doing so from the beginning of 2025.
They are intermediating. So, Prof.
Okay,
that's the very thing. The truth. That's the very thing Addison said he wouldn't do.
Under the FX framework,
they did.
Under the FX framework,
yes.
Under the FX framework, they did. I'll come to that point. Even including deficit financing.
But
we're printing money.
Say that something. Let me put on record, and let me commend the previous governors. Per the reserves, the previous administration, they were in a position, to bring the exchange rate to 10 Ghana cedis per dollar. As of September 2024, they chose not to.
Prof, if they had done that,
they had built.
So please finish. Yes.
They had built reserves. If they had fiscal comfort, like the current administration had, Addison would have done well. In fact, the previous governance problem was because the fiscal side was largely and hugely irresponsible.
So you come in, those guys, they knew. Let me just make a small point, and then let you handle it.
We don't want to. That wasn't the reason I came here today.
You're making a very important point. Remember that you cannot do FX intermediation when your monetary and the fiscal side is not good.
All good.
It's economics 101.
So let me make this point. No. I want you to deal with everything together.
Context.
So hear me, and this is for the sake of you see, when Gary talks about artificial, Theo's response was, well, they are doing their job. This point is important.
Yes.
And the point is this. We have a new game in this whole economy, which we've never had. That is buying gold. So hold on. Trading gold, and then somebody's decision to directly inject that money into the economy. Now, Bob Pin made a very important point, and we are saying this for the public to appreciate, that look, governance is about managing the economy. This government has made certain choices which have led to a certain situation. What he is calling artificial is because you and I know, that to stabilize an economy, really, essentially what you have to do is to improve production and let it be such that it can turn. Open market operations per se,
you finish.
Per se, are not
talking more economics.
I don't want to talk economics. Are not a resilient solution. We have this government making a very important strategic.
Is it that they are not resilient solution, or they are actually an artificial solution?
When you say artificial in economics, the thing is, it is their job to do. You have money. You can choose to save it or spend it to fix your today problem. Okay, the government has the right to make that choice. Bob King just made a point that the previous government built reserves. They could have sold that, put $4 billion in the economy, brought the exchange rate down, and then gotten some. But they made a different choice to keep those reserves. This government comes in, and within the first 4 months, they had put about $5 billion in the economy. It's their choice. It's
they have sold the reserves.
Hold on. I'll finish. I'll leave the rest to you. What I want the public to appreciate is that this government,
they have liquidated the reserve, the gold.
The government has made different choices.
You are coming. He wants you to deal with all of that.
The government has made different choices, and they have one new tool to use. We're all fighting Galamsey. Today, they are mopping up the Galamsey gold. They are using it to cool down the economy. Coming from DDEP, we took a lot of heat out of the economy. Now they are putting the money in, including selling some of the gold we have. So let's be honest about the fact that something MPP could have done but didn't do because of a certain choice, this government has done and is yielding positive results. But when he says it's artificial, it's because look at the losses BOG is writing, look at the things happening, and I keep saying, are we kicking the can down the road, or we can resolve it as we go along? Because this trading of gold and injecting into the economy is a new game we haven't had till now.
Thank you.
I am not faulting them. We are in a better place today. Question, can we sustain this?
Right, same question.
The response is absolutely
same question he has been asked. So guys, now allow him the space, please. Now allow him the space to respond.
That is not a point you made, Gary.
Okay.
That is not a point you made, right? And to the point, Kofi, you're making, which is that you cannot conduct effective monetary operations if your fiscals are not right.
Except you're taking huge losses.
So you make it sound as though, Addison could have just literally driven down the CD to 10. To what end and for what purpose?
By selling 30 tons of gold.
No. And then at what cost, right? Relative to the gains that you've made, if you've not done the actual hard work on the fiscal side of the equation. So it's not a binary choice the way you present it, as though he could have done it and he chose not to. his hands were tied. He couldn't have done it. It's as simple as that. The difference this time around, and this is where I agree with you, is that, okay, you're having some additional windfall from the gold, right, channel, right, which allows you to have enough from a reserves point of view, and those reserves allows you to actually do two things. You build up the reserves, and you can use that to support the intermediation. So whereas in the past, maybe the central bank would have gone to look for dollars from other places, whereas in the past we would have done Eurobonds, and from those Eurobonds you borrow at 8%, 9%. You bring those things to prop up your reserves, and then you push some to the forex market. This time around, you're not having to do all of those things.
Yeah.
You can actually do it because of the windfall that you're getting from gold, all right, and then the other external side support, to the extent that the central bank is able to meet those forex requirements. And
as a less cost, basically.
And then even going forward, if you look at the fifth IMF program, the fifth review, there's a new FX framework that is in place that the bank is actually implementing. So let us not create the impression as though a central bank intermediating in the forex market is illegal.
No, I said it's a choice.
The impression that is being given.
I said it's a choice.
It is a policy.
It's a choice.
Let me ask a question. Why did we have to sell? Couldn't we have borrowed against the reserves? Why did we have to sell?
At what cost?
But at that point, you have gold.
Yes.
You and I both know the price at which you bought that gold and the price on the market now, there's a buffer.
Yes.
If you're borrowing against gold or you're mortgaging gold, there's always going to be that gap.
It's cheaper.
It's cheaper. And then the gold, definitely, there's always going to be an appreciation. I'm just playing the devil's advocate.
There will always be an appreciation.
I'm not putting you in a box. Wait.
Oh, no.
I just
want to the witness box.
Yeah. I want to find out why we didn't choose to borrow against it, sitting down, but rather to liquidate totally.
Yes.
I just want to know the decision behind, because in my candid opinion, I think if you had borrowed against it, the gold itself sitting down, whenever it appreciates, there will be a gap on it for you to benefit from.
Yes.
So I just want to know the rationale
two
behind
reasons.
it.
If you went to borrow against it, with Ghana's sovereign debt ratings and all of those other things, you would not have paid any less than 7-8% for that cost of borrowing. So borrowing comes at a cost.
Of course, definitely.
And definitely, it's no different. What you're proposing is no different from going to take Eurobonds.
Okay.
Right? Because gold is an asset, and you can collateralize that. The same way you could do with cocoa, and you can do with any other receivables that you have. The problem is that it will come at a cost, and you have to pay that interest.
Right.
So that's the first point. The second and even more interesting point is, from a reserves management point of view, typically most central banks would not have any more than 30% of their reserve holdings in gold.
Yeah.
Some of the outliers, like the US and Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, those ones, they had built some of these way back from the Nixon days, right? So if you look at the data, you think, oh, but America has, if you did the data, you did the analysis, and you call the math, it's not more than 30%. So you go back to the IMF fifth review, and you look at some of the recommendations that they were actually making. And around that time, if you look at the gold forecast for the latter part of 2025, and again, listeners listening to me can fact check me on this, from Goldman Sachs, from JP Morgan, from Deutsche Bank, from all the big investment banks and organizations out there, gold was actually being forecasted to go down in the latter part of 2025, not to go up. The only reason why we saw the price go up in 2026 is because of the war. You get the point? So from a proactive and dynamic reserve management perspective, do you sit down when you actually see that within that time window or time frame, the price is going to go down? And then number two, you need to keep your reserves at an optimal level relative to gold and cash dollars. So I hope this provides you.
Okay. So, Prof, before we get to what you had desired, which appears to happen now, I'm interested because for most Ghanaians, that's the bottom line for them. Yes, inflation has gone down. you have a stable CD, you have some good reserves you can rely on, and so on. The IMF press release directly links the new fiscal space to strong implementation of PMF reforms, specifically highlighting fiscal risks from SOEs like ECG. What is the concrete time-bound roadmap to finalize such kind of privatization that they are seeking? And why must it happen if you say we are getting out of the woods without doing or selling these or privatizing these institutions, so to speak?
Yeah, something. As you see from the data, you know, there are pass-throughs of our fiscal vulnerabilities close to 2.5% of GDP annually, which is not coming from the central government. That you and I, taxpayers, have to come to the table and take up. Those ones come from state-owned enterprises. Annually, close to 2.5% of GDP. If we look at it in current terms, something is more than $2 billion. So you find that whilst the accounting methodology would essentially take care of government central debt in its calculation, we've been accumulating debt through these state-owned enterprises, which eventually will come to the table of the finance minister to settle. And that is why, under the current regime, as I indicated, I commend the current government for certain measures they've put in place. Of course, we also have to look at the side effects. You take some medicine that is working well, but it has some side effect. Right. You don't want to lose sight of that. We'll talk about that soon. For instance, and I think that I want to believe that there is a strong trust between the Minister of Finance and the President, which is allowing the Minister of Finance to do what he's doing. Because so far as I started monitoring Ghana's space and PFM, I haven't seen a Minister of Finance with such absolute control. Absolute may look something, but
we saw it last time, but it led to disaster.
Assertive.
Yes, assertive. Commitment control, commitment authorization, and all of it. It has its own side effect, but the finance minister has the comfort to say, this is my outlook, and he has some degree of predictability. To what extent can he continue? That's the issue. And I believe that it was a smart move for the finance minister to have gone for this insurance policy under what we call the PCI, because it helps him, right, to push back from colleague ministers who want to, and all of that, because what we've seen in the time past, which resulted in the 18th IMF supported program, we are not seeing it currently. Of course, not at that same magnitude and all of that. So if you look at that channel, where close to 2.5% of GDP is, let's say, lost annually, and those ones are a bit tricky. Reforms are not easy implementing. So, and if you check the data, since independence, with the exception of Nkrumah's development plan and the rest of them, Ghana on our own have never sat anywhere and came out with deep reforms that we have been able to implement, right, on our own without external supervision or anchor or whatever. If you check from the finance, I don't know, because I'm not a lawyer, I don't know what has happened in the judicial sector, how we have managed that. So but if it comes to the economy, the various sectors and all of that, you credit almost all those policies to either World Bank, IMF, this, and all of that on our own.
Prof, my question is, do you get a sense that the flagging of the cocoa board issues, the gold purchase program, ECG's losses, the legacy issues with ECG, all of that is set to derail the gains?
There's no doubt about that. Look, let me be a bit theoretical, and Ghanaians should forgive me. Per our estimation, Ghana will be fully ready for another program by 2032, 2033.
If we keep this track,
we'll be fully ready.
Another IMF?
Yeah. It's your country we are talking about.
This is not exciting.
I'm coming.
This is not exciting.
It's not here to excite you. The thing is,
we've been at this for these things. So, and that is why I give my respect to government against all that they have said, and they've gone for the policy coordination instrument. This was our recommendation when we were exiting the 17th IMF program. We made this that, look, go for, at that time, the reigning policy was policy support instrument, which now has been revised to policy coordination instrument. That, look, you don't want to go for a funded program and all of that, but we are not at the stage where we can say, look, I would have wished as a sovereign nation, and something, if we had credible leadership on the table, I will support government and say, walk away from the IMF.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
Let me add something.
I'm looking for...
But this thing you are talking about, 36 months of the IMF's monitoring to help us. Don't you see it that this is merely, a psychological stamp of approval, sort of? So that gives us a good thing. We are going out there, we are looking for money, we are going elsewhere, and we're getting that stamp of approval because there always is the lack of real enforcement. And we'll be going to the elections very soon, and we know what normally happens.
Yes. And precisely the reason why we should be a bit cautious also celebrating just because we have gone for the PCI. So I'm a bit cautious now. The reason is that I don't know...
Be more cautious. Now I realize you will be more cautious. Is that you?
You propose this, and they are signing up to this, and you are still talking about what?
No, I'm not contradicting myself because I don't know what government has submitted to the IMF under this PCI. I don't know the reforms they said they are going to implement. They've mentioned the state-owned enterprise and the rest of them. I don't know how deep those reforms are. I don't know how reinforcing they are. I don't know how they are bundled together and all of that. And also, government didn't give us the opportunity to make input into this PCI. So I don't know what is in there. So I'm unable
to... So Theo is here. He should be able to tell us. I want us to do this and segue nicely into the ECG, if the ECG issues, Cocoa Board issues, the gold program, like Prof just indicated, stand to derail these benefits, and they are the solutions. If the corrective measures are taken, then how do we deal with the ECG matter?
So quickly, you see, what Prof is saying is this: we are heading into another one in 3 or so years. Why? Again, drug addict. When they release you and you are fine, there are a number of things that can indicate if you go back or not. You go back into the same neighborhood, you go back and be with the same friends, you don't change some structural things about yourself. Let me explain this. We have some existing institutions, we call them SOEs. Every year or so, they make about $1 billion of loss. And I say these are not losses, they are people's plans working well.
Yes.
All right? Then you have institutions like Cocoa Board, who we've mismanaged and they extract from the economy when they should be putting in the economy. Okay? If we keep those, that's the neighborhood you go into and you are sure to end up with the drugs. Then we have ECG. Energy financing is a major problem. And the government has designed such that we almost end up in a loss and we have to put money in it. We are still in that neighborhood. Now we've added gold. And this year we've been talking about gold operations making losses. I've talked about only about 4 or so already. These are things that are sucking things from this economy. Okay, we haven't changed those. So this drug addict has just come out of rehabilitation. He's going back to ECG messing up. He's going back to SOEs making losses. Now we have, losses from gold that we can't deal with. If we have these things still there, and by the way, nobody forces us to have SOEs.
All right.
If I was president tomorrow,
I'll
shut them all down.
Theo, help us
Otherwise,
understand.
we'll go back to IMF.
Thank you. Theo, help us understand. We are out of intensive care. We've been brought to outpatient. And IMF is supposed to continue to monitor us to make sure that we don't derail.
Yes.
And
physiotherapy.
So that we don't derail. Yes. One of the antidotes is that we should sell this ECG thing. Tell us.
No. I like the intensive care analogy, and that's precisely, the case. We went there in an ICU, and like we've recovered, and you need to do the things that will allow you to be more healthy, right? Going forward, and I want to say that there's a lot of work being done now to really deepen these reforms. Precisely why you actually need the PCI. So if you
which is not legally binding. We don't have to take those.
Yeah, Kofi, thank you.
You don't have to. But the point is that even when you implement these reforms as you're doing now, right, you still need to send a certain credible signal to the market.
And Theo, I need you to focus on your presentation without responding to Kofi as if you are sitting on one of your immunities.
Policy credibility. It's all part of it.
So what's in the basket?
So what is in the basket
PCI?
Is 5 things. So you go back to the statement that the fund actually issued.
Right.
And more details will come in the subsequent releases, and then also, of course, from the government side. But it says that the 36-month PCI, and again, this, for emphasis, this is not a bailout. This is non-financing. You're not taking any money from them.
That's right.
It's aimed at, number one, sustaining growth-friendly fiscal adjustment. I'll explain that right in a moment. Number two, safeguarding debt sustainability, which people across this table have also highlighted. Number three, strengthening fiscal transparency and governance, particularly for state-owned enterprises. It's a big part of the program.
For 40 years.
And I'll come to the details. Number four, enhancing monetary and exchange rate policy framework, right? And then number five, reinforcing financial sector stability and supporting economic diversification and inclusive growth, which is the jobs point. So let me break this down a little bit just to sort of explain what it means and some of the things that we're doing to help drive this. This growth-friendly fiscal adjustment. We have two fiscal anchors. A primary surplus rule that says 1.5% of GDP every year. And then you have the
2.6%.
Which we did 2.6%, more than that. Yes. And then the debt to GDP rule, which is supposed to be 45% by 2034, right? The analysis that has been done, and then the fund also highlights this in their report, is that you need to bring the primary surplus down a little bit. So currently, the staff in the assessment says that if you lower the primary surplus down to 0.5% of GDP from 1.5, and then you do the other reforms, the SOE issues that we're talking about that has been a big, right, hindrance to us. If you address some of the other quasi-fiscal activities, then what fundamentally this does is that you can still meet your debt sustainability threshold. You can do the DSA analysis, your 45% debt to GDP. You can still meet it even before your 2034 deadline, and still reduce your primary surplus and create an additional fiscal space. So basically, you're moving from 1.5 down to 0.5.
You said if you do it, will you do it?
Of course, we will do. I'll come to the things that have been done around that. But it's important I lay this. So the current economy is worth about $118 billion, 8th largest in Africa, right? Now, if you work out 1.5% of that, less or down to 0.5%, the 1% difference will translate to about $1.2 billion of additional space that you're creating
spending money
every year. Or if you use an exchange rate of even 11, that's about 12 billion or so Ghana cedis that you are releasing that you can use for priority spending to create the
just
jobs.
A little below how much we did annual to recapitalize Bank of Ghana.
Precisely. So the point then is that you can reduce or lower your primary surplus down to 0.5, manage it, do all the reforms, and I'll tell you what we are doing on the reform side, meet your debt threshold, and then tie into what the minister said, this new economy, where you can create jobs, you can enhance productivity, but importantly, it translates to inclusive growth. Prof and I have had discussions where we've been worried about the nature of the growth that we've had in this
because
economy.
it's jobless.
We count a lot of the nice macros, but you want to see productivity, you want to see jobs being created, and that is the next phase of the work. So on the reform side,
I'm happy for that.
On the reform side, I can mention as much as 20 reforms from across fiscal, across monetary, across the SOE side, on the revenue side, and then on the buffer side, some of which is currently being done and is being carried on into the PCI.
Take us through a list.
So let me take you
just a list.
Not all of them. The first ones that was done, the fiscal responsibility framework, the amendment to the PFM.
Yes, you don't have to explain.
I won't explain
Take us
all
through
of
the
that.
list. Yeah.
The setup of the Fiscal Council, which recently was the names were put in.
Which was also
This week, the creation, this week on Monday, the president
The value for money office.
The value for money office.
Correct.
This is going to be one of the single biggest game changers in town.
No.
So before your contract even goes to PPE for approval, we would have done, assessed, and checked that.
Another bureaucracy.
It's not a bureaucracy. Now I'll tell you why. It's not a bureaucracy. No, it's not a bureaucracy.
There's a reason I said just do the list. Oh, no. Stop explaining.
Don't worry.
Because we have sat here and discussed the value for money.
Okay.
The critics have spoken about how that is duplicitous and really just a burden. But you go on. Because if we have to debate every point, we will not be out of here.
Continue, make the list. Make the list.
Yeah.
So,
yes. From that office, what do you have on the list? As I can see. From that office, what do you? Don't be sidetracked by Gary. Don't allow Gary to take your attention away.
Don't let Gary take you away.
You go to the list.
So
what else? What else are we looking at?
Gary, relax.
What else are we looking at? I want to go to
issues of
I want to go to TUC on the phone lines.
Weak procurement money, all of that is being addressed. On the monetary side, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act, right? You know that's in Parliament now, which is trying to recapitalize, right, the central bank, and then have the central bank meet, right, its equity position and turn that around all by 2032. And it is also again important here to state, and we did it last 2 weeks, that the central bank remains policy solvent. It is able to do what it has to do. The IMF bosses in the press conference made the same point around what a central bank does and is meant to do in relation to that. There is a bit of work around, on the monetary side, the automatic recapitalization triggers. Again, under the central bank act, that once BOG's capital requirements fall below a certain minimum threshold, it's going to be automatically recapitalized. There's work being done on the FX framework. And then the biggest one, which we all agree, the SOEs, which is the big elephant in the room, right? The issues that we need to address, right? ECG PSP, that is ongoing. I can tell you that the private sector participation under ECG will happen.
What's the roadmap?
What's the roadmap for the end of the year?
What's the roadmap? End of year
going into early next year.
Okay.
You cannot be doling out.
Be very careful before you raise your hand and say this. Because the devil is in the detail. The devil is in the detail.
Because I've seen a bit of the detail of this one. That's
we support the principle.
Thank you. Now at this point, I'm going to the Deputy Secretary General of the Trades Union Congress, Dr. Kwabena Akufo-Addo. Dr. Kwabena Akufo-Addo, thank you very much and thanks for being patient. As you have heard Theo just a while ago, the IMF has flagged a number of things, including major vulnerabilities, it says, in the central bank's balance sheet due to losses from the domestic gold purchase program. Issues have been mentioned with ECG, energy sector, legacy debt, and everything else. And it appears we have told the IMF that the ECG thing is what to do fast. So they are urging us to fast track it. What do you say? Hello, Doc. Unmute your mic.
Thank you, Samson, for having me. I'm in a bus, but I really need to have. Can you hear me, Samson?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm in a bus, but I'm really interested in this conversation, and I've been listening. So interesting. You see, this whole 36 PCR by the IMF and Ghana government is simply to complete the privatization process, which they could not do with the regular program. And I can assure you that the unions are fully prepared and will also do everything to ensure that we do not privatize ECG. Because we will do everything, I can assure him. They call it private sector participation. If you meet the World Bank, they call it distribution privatization. And we will do everything. We have seen too many of these privatizations that never benefited this country. But check the facts. Dubik is here, he will have the facts. In 2024, at the end of 2024, ECG was collecting something like 900 million Ghana cedis. Today, as we speak, ECG is collecting 2.1 billion. Samson, can you hear me?
Yes, please. I hear you clearly.
ECG
please go on.
Is collecting something like 2.1 billion. Collecting something like 2.1 billion. So clearly, ECG is making progress. And the only reason why somebody wants to privatize ECG is the fact that it's ideological. There's nothing wrong with ECG continuing what they are doing, the progress they are making this far. And I can assure everybody in government that the unions are ready for this privatization. But Samson, there's nothing to celebrate about this IMF program.
Oh, how?
In fact, the shock of COVID, there's nothing. The shock of COVID,
all the positive indicators we have seen. I can't imagine why you, like Akufo-Addo has said earlier, there's nothing to celebrate. When clearly there's been a rescue, there's been a restoration. We had crossed the red line. We just spoke about that when it comes to our foreign reserve and all of that.
There's nothing to be celebrated. Samson, take gold prices out of the equation and let the economists in your studio tell us exactly where this economy would have been if gold prices haven't risen to the levels we have today.
Doesn't matter what is responsible. What is responsible for the boom, so to speak.
Oh, it does matter. It does matter because IMF had nothing to do with gold prices. And in fact, the gold purchase program, which is a wholly domestic initiated program, IMF has nothing to do with it. In fact, if they had their own way, they would have even averted it. The fact of the matter, and I agree with Akufo-Addo, this is an addicted country that get rescued, go back to the neighborhood. And let's be clear about the neighborhood. It is about the nature of the policies we have been implementing out all this while. So the IMF list, it doesn't give us any money. But all the people we have in our ministries and the Bank of Ghana are so addicted to IMF policies and programs that never ensure production in our part of the world. That continue to be an import-driven economy, and that ensures that even when you have macroeconomic stability, there's so much social instability. Our kids complete school 5 years, 6 years down the line, they haven't had a job. And you see, the effect of all of that is that the government itself will come under pressure towards election. And they will then have to be able to spend to try to rescue the situation. What we need is a whole change in policy framework so that we can begin to talk about production. We can begin to talk about creating decent employment for our people and ensuring that the so-called macroeconomic stability translates into some social stability for the people of Ghana.
Well, I don't know, but I'm finding it difficult to appreciate that you are saying that we should ignore the fact that, you know, we are exiting the credit facility when at a point when the indicators clearly show that we have made gains. Inflation, once again, was in 2023, 42%. As we speak, it's 3.4%. At the time, 2023, same time, our international reserves, I said the foreign reserve, our international reserves, yes, that's also okay, was 5.8 billion, US dollars. As we speak, that is 14.4 billion US dollars. We have something to celebrate. You can't say we don't have anything to celebrate.
We have something to celebrate. I'm not going to attribute that to the IMF. I am attributing that to a government that came with a new vision, new choices, and also was assisted by a very positive international environment where gold prices were rising. In fact, you should not forget that inflation was about 54% in 2022.
That's right.
In fact, by the time the IMF reserve came in, it had come to 23%.
Okay.
It has been halved. So actually, we were on a certain trajectory towards recovery. In fact, the government that itself was mismanaging had realized the severity of what they had done, coupled with the COVID pandemic and all the Russia-Ukraine.
So the core of your point, at the core of your point is that we have done these by ourselves and not because of the IMF watching over us.
I think so. We have done largely so by ourselves. It is not because of the IMF. And I want to correct one impression. You see, this country, we have had 17 IMF, even though we have gone to IMF
18.
The very first one by Nkrumah. In fact, the very first one by Kwame Nkrumah, when the program was outlined to him, he rejected it. So actually, we didn't actually have an IMF program under Nkrumah. And we have made the 18th. Now, if we continue on the same trajectory of implementing import liberalization,
we're losing Dr. Otu.
Short. Unless we can change course in terms of policy. In fact, the question we should be asking ourselves is, with all these macroeconomic statistics, are kids finding jobs when they complete school? What is the level of wages for our people in Ghana? What is the level of income? What is the level of inequality we have? These are the metrics by which countries assess themselves properly, and not the fact that you have inflation, which, as our people say, doesn't reflect.
So if your argument, at the center of your argument is that these are domestically driven, independent decisions by our government, and not sort of an IMF policy that has resulted in the gains, then the Ecg PSP, is also domestically driven. We are just simply asking the IMF to endorse. And now perhaps... Exactly. So they did not dictate it to Ghana, correct? So why don't you trust the same managers to sell off the ECG and get the economy properly running?
But the basis for selling ECG is unclear to me. You understand? It's unclear to the TUC. The fact that you have a company that was struggling 2 years ago, collecting 900 million Ghana cedis a month. Today, that same company collects 2.1 billion. When it has a total revenue requirement of about 2.5 billion, it is steadily closing the gap. And with the right support and right incentives, that company can revive itself.
Okay.
There's no need to transfer that huge amount of money into private hands. There's no need for it. And in fact, Dubik made the point that ECG was suffering because of exchange fiscal losses and all of that. I was in PRC and Dubik was the managing director. The exchange rate, I may not deny its impact. But the fact that ECG under Dubik could tell the Minister of Finance that they were collecting 1.5 billion Ghana cedis a month, and then come to PRC and the cash waterfall mechanism to tell us that they collected 900 million Ghana cedis, was part and a major part of the problem of ECG. With the right management, with the right government framework in place, ECG today is rebounded.
Okay. Thank you.
All ECG needs now is deployment of more meters, deployment of more transformers, and I can assure you, in no time, the ECG will collect the 2.5 billion, which is the revenue requirement for the company.
Dr. Otu, Dubik just asked you a question. Deployment of more meters, deployment of more whatever, the transformers they are taking all over the country.
Who finance it?
Who is going to fund it?
That was why I was declaring 900. Now you are declaring all the 2.1 billion and you have zero investment in the infrastructure and it's collapsing.
Zero investment. Oh, they have in excess of is it 300 or 3,000 improved transformers that you are taking across the country.
They were bought because we under-declared, we gave Cash Waterfall 900. Those transformers, the life shelf to produce a transformer is not 2 months. It's not a shelf item. So because we managed to give 900 instead of 1.5, where did we send the money to? Now they are enjoying those transformers that are kicking into gear now. Or they bought those transformers yesterday.
Stop arguing and make the point.
My point is this.
You use the money to buy the transformers.
Your balance sheet is there to prove that if you are making 1.5, there's an audit. At the end of the day, Dubik was not declaring, 900 so that he will pocket 600 or 700 million in his pocket. No.
The question is under the Cash Waterfall.
Wait, I'm coming to it. No, I'm coming to it.
All of the
I'm coming to it. Under the Cash Waterfall, the Cash Waterfall, the first thing you need to know is it's a policy. Cash Waterfall is a policy. When you're managing a company, you have to listen to policy directives, but you don't sit down and manage the company to the detriment of his staff. Now, under Cash Waterfall, he's right. They make 2.1 billion. He didn't admit to the fact that even the money was way less when I came into office. It's the measures we put in place that has driven the company. The past 1 year, what has been added? Now, I'm not for the privatization in totality. He should know that.
You are partially in favor.
I'm partially in favor because to some extent, there's some private sector participation going on now.
Fully in favor.
You understand? So that's what I'm saying. If you continue with the private sector participation that's in there now, that 2.1 to 2.5 is a reality. You will see it. We put those measures in place. Now, when ECG now gives Cash Waterfall 2.1 billion, Dr. Otu, who is not a board member of ECG, who is not a part of management, now takes that 2 billion with his PURC and determines that ECG out of the collections deserves only 300 million or 200 million. I'm telling you ECG's current situation. Now, when you give ECG 300 million for a monthly operation, listen and listen good. Salary will take 110 away. Yeah, now you are left with how much?
100 and something.
200 and something. If they give them 250, okay, let's use 300. Let's be nice to them. If you take 110 out of 300, how much are you left with?
190.
190. That 190, if you pay hospital bills of the staff and all of that, let's be nice and give it a 50 million tag. That's how much?
140 left.
Now you're looking for money to fuel trucks and cars to move around. Monthly, easy, is about 35 million. When I close my eyes, I can see ECG's books. Now, when you take this 35 out, what are you left with now?
105.
105. Now, you need to buy materials to sustain the line. You need to buy meters. You need to buy cutout fuses.
No, they are not even available.
There's zero. So now, you are actually taking away... You are actually taking away from the company in such a way that you are expecting it to do well.
And you can't do this by yourselves. You need an external person to come in, take it as a private, operation.
But the funny thing, this is where I work with I work with my TUC friend here. We are ready to privatize and give a private sector person all of the whistles and bells to run the place. But you don't want to give to the management all the same whistles and bells to run the place. That's a big question. Now, secondly, as I said, there's some level of private sector participation going on in ECG. If those private sector participation objectives are kept, believe you me, what is happening at ECG?
What's the level of private sector participation now?
Now, we started something called the loss reduction program. He's saying, when he talks about 900 million. When I took over ECG's revenue was nowhere near even 900 million. I used to see on a monthly basis 600, 500, 700 million. Now, typical Ghanaian life, when your money starts going up, expectations are on you. I needed to control expectations to be able to run the company. Now, but everybody believes that so far as you are getting that whole 1.5 billion, you should bring the whole 1.5 billion to the Cash Waterfall.
Tell us about the private sector part.
Okay, so now we had the loss reduction program, under which we had the whole digitization process, which has made collections very efficient. That my friend at TURC is talking about that. Oh, they are collecting better. Now the picture on collection is clear. There is no corner about it. Now, we started the metering. With metering, what we did with the private sector was that Initially, on your budget, they'll tell you, you are buying 30,000 meters this month or 40,000 meters this month. What we changed it to was, no, every metering supplier or every metering company should have a factory in Ghana. The moment your factory is done, we give you an area. You meter the factory, and you meter the area, the meter is installed. When it's installed and it's captured in our system and it starts making money, that's when we pay you. So we moved away totally from the basic procurement.
That sounds very sound. Is it still in place?
It's supposed to still be in place. And before I was leaving, at that point, there were no meter shortages as EGD. We were doing about 100,000 meter installations a month. So we were very ambitious in trying to close the gap because the metering gap was huge. Now, one of the things that we saw in doing that was that to be able to close that gap, if you don't have the requisite materials in place, it will not drive or the revenue will plateau. There's no utility company in the world.
And fixing the metering gap implies curtailing the losses that is being complained about, for which there ought to be a privatization.
Yes, but I'm coming to reveal something to you today. We have a bigger problem than we are looking at it. We are oversimplifying the matter to ECG. There's a huge loss at the top. I was very honest with myself. I made KPMG audit ECG's operations under my watch, and I was shocked. That document is still there.
Tell us.
Look, ECG, all the IPPs are on ECG's books. Now, what is the cost of generation of a power plant when they kick into gear? In the morning, when you wake up, there's an outlook of how much power you need.
IPP is independent power producers.
Yes. There's an outlook of how much power you need.
Those who run the generators.
There's an outlook of the amount of power that you need. Let's say you are told that you need about 2,500, maybe 1,800. I say this because we are saddling the total energy sector issue on ECG. That's what everybody knows. But ECG doesn't stretch through the whole Ghana. ECG stops at where? Kumasi.
Middle belt.
Middle belt.
So make the point, yeah.
So now, if you talk about the national outlook, ECG is a fraction of the national outlook.
A bigger fraction.
Yes, I agree.
No, but you're big.
I said a bigger fraction.
Agreed. Move on.
20%.
I said
yes. Move.
The total consumption there.
But now wait. ECG at peak, that I know now, needs about 2,700 megawatts. What's the total generation capacity of the country?
Around 5,000.
Around 5,000. How many of those IPPs are on ECG's books?
All.
And you are asking the company that uses...
Confirm it.
Yes. All the IPPs are on ECG's books.
Sign the PPA.
You are asking a company that is consuming 2.7 to pay a bill of 4K. 2,700.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I need to move on.
Yeah.
I need to move on.
My point is this. Look, we need to get to a place of energy security before you even think about private sector participation of that kind, because of what we've seen in the past.
Okay. So, Dr. Otto, just a minute for you to respond or say what you were trying to prompt me to say. Then I'll get my other guests to say something briefly about this, then we'll finish this discussion. Yes.
So I think we should not mess up the issues. There's a policy framework that says that ECG and WBIC should declare all their collections to PRC, a cash waterfall mechanism. Now you collect 1.5 billion, write to the Ministry of Finance, and then after that, use your discretion to tell PRC, your regulator, that I collected 900 million. There's an issue of transparency here. Now, WBIC just asked a question that at peak capacity, we are getting about 2,700 megawatt. But then there's about 5,000 megawatt or so that ECG has to confront. But who sent those IPP contracts to PRC for? It is ECG that did it. Of course, that is also where you realize the collusion between the top level of the ECG officials, but also government officials.
That's why the policy is the collusion word. I think is
no. So what he's forgetting is that
Dr. Otto definitely knows what he's talking about. Let him finish. He knows what he's talking about. Yes, Dr. Otto, go on.
Something.
No, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Now, before you
Commission suggests something.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let him speak. Let him speak.
Dubig, before he left office, brought to PORC a solar contract, a contract to generate solar power, IPP contract, which was single source. When in fact, government had made a law in parliament that all solar renewable energy sources must be done competitively. Why did he bring a single source to? And why did he bring a single source to PRC for approval?
Okay.
And when PRC rejected, you have government officials called.
So let's move away from let's move away from any attempt to personalize anything.
Today, Ecg today is in a better position. This was a company collecting 900 million. This is a company that today collects 2.1 billion. This is a company that covers just about half of Ghana, the landmass of Ghana. But together with NETCO, we have managed to extend electricity to nearly 90% of our people. Samson, I want all those pushing for privatization of Ecg to go to Uganda, where for 20 years their electricity was concession to a private entity. After 20 years today, just about 30% of Ugandans have electricity. In fact, they have excess electricity for about 50% of the people, but the people cannot pay because of high prices or high utility tariffs, occasioned by the fact that you have a private entity that is seeking profit and not necessarily providing comfort and utility to people.
Okay.
Today in Uganda, that company, their concession has ended, but they are in court with the government. They say the government owes them something. The government says, I don't owe you anything. They've gone for international arbitration and they are still in court. The fact of the matter is that, and I want to remind Dr. Tio, that yes, government is in a hurry, together with the IMF, to privatize Ecg. With all the experiences we have from Ghana Telecom to all the other companies, the TUC and its affiliates are also ready to ensure that we use every legitimate means to stop this privatization.
Okay, so that's very direct. Yes, Kofi.
So, look, very quickly. So many issues here, but it can be quick. One, in the first, Samson says it can be quick. I beg. In the first privatization effort, we brought in PDS. I remember the TUC had this position. There was a group we formed called COSECA. Many of them are.
Yes, I remember.
At Engineers and Planners, I was one of the people leading. We had to sit with the TUC people, explain and negotiate a way out, and we all bought into it. Okay? Long story. Point is, Dubik is right when he says that we know what the problems are and we can solve it if we want to. But we have consistently shown that we don't have the leadership to do it.
But you could clearly see how he was attacking me because you commit to fix the problem. You always attack.
You are sidetracking.
Okay, sorry.
See, most of ECG's problems are in what we call the last mile. Okay? Now, that is where a lot of the money too is. A lot of people are making their money there. A lot of the problems are coming from there. Now, if we leave ECG alone with the right management, I think it can solve that problem. In fact, PDS, without changing much, just by switching the name, switching culture, a couple of things, immediately started making a lot of things. But you know, when Dubi came, collection went up even further.
Yeah.
All right? So it is doable. But we somehow, when you see a lot of money and a lot of all the things that ECG represents, you see a lot of political interference, and then you can't do it. Dubik is making a point. It makes sense, but he's my brother. But it also breaches the law. We did a cash waterfall that says, go and declare 100% of what you collect. But he will tell you, and I was engaging, we'll fight small, we'll laugh small. He will tell you that...
Like you are doing right now.
I beg, let me finish. He will tell you that, look, if I give you 100%, what do I use to pay people? What do I use to do this and that and this and that? Because, so, Samson, what I'm saying is this. Why I started with the COSECA thing is that we need to sit back again, agree as a country again, bring along our unions and our people, and decide that this is the path we are going to chart. Let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. If we don't do that...
You end on that note.
No. If we don't do that, I will vote for privatization because it takes away the power of the politician. But if we can do that, we can agree on what ECG must do, insulate ECG, and let it be run sensibly. Then we'll solve the problem.
Prof, Dr. Otu, his friends, other people, They've been calling me since last night. They say this will not happen. It's the same language he has adopted. And when they say it will not happen, I doubt how it will.
Yeah, something. I believe that I indicated to you that government didn't give us opportunity to make input into what has gone into this, so I'm yet to see. I believe that there can be a way out. And I also believe that government intention is not to keep the union in the dark and all of that. So where we are now, there has to be transparency and consultation and all of that so that we understand the nature of this private sector participation, okay, and how probably that can be situated in a manner that gets the stakeholder by, because you need to do the power mapping, the interest, the power, and all of that. Otherwise, government can't force their way through.
So you are in support of it?
I mean, based on what I have seen and my little understanding, unless we are saying that we are going to reform ECG to insulate it from political cannibalization. In the absence of that, I think that, because the point is, see, if you are designing a system, you want to look at the people who you are designing the system for. Let's not make too much assumption. We know that in this country, politicians want the power. Not only the power, they want the power, they want the wealth, they want everything. So they follow the money. They are looking at all the cash points. You see the losses on the books of Bank of Ghana and all of that. There's no single institution left and all of that. So if we can't solve it from that end, how do we mitigate? Then I believe that if we present the data with the consultation, we need to carry the key stakeholders along. And I believe that to the extent that we want this again to be owned by Ghanaians, if we are talking about private sector participation, we are talking about tier 2 and the rest of them, I think to that extent and all of that, we may be able to perhaps limit some of the losses.
Some Ghanaians tried, there was an issue, now they are getting arrested all over the place. So why will any Ghanaian be interested in getting into a situation where they are most likely to be arrested, later? I'm talking about PDS.
Well, what I'm saying, I mean, we know the issues that happen with PDS and all that, but as a country, we should review what has happened. Let's learn the lessons. Yeah. So we are looking for something has to be done. Under this current arrangement, look, and something, whether we like it or not, this cash waterfall mechanism and all that have been brought to the public domain also because of the IMF program. Absence of IMF program, we are not transparent. It becomes this and that and all of that. And that is why I'm a bit happy government signed up for the PCI, because we are not transparent. In fact, look, last year, when Bank of Ghana was doing intervention, they said they were not. The president met the media and said that they were curtailing the intervention they were doing. When gold board operations was manifesting in losses on the books of Bank of Ghana issued a statement and said those losses are speculative and all of that. So the point, transparency, integrity. I mean, these things, it's like it's not in our DNA.
Communication.
Without that extent, look, part of why government even went for this PCI. It's also the concerns of investors, okay? Because things look too good, too sudden, and they're asking, is it good as it looks? I hope you understand. Yeah. That's the question you meet at the corridors of
trust.
Stakeholders. Is it good as it looks? If that is the concern, you don't exit immediately. You want to be able to walk them along that path, given that you have debt restructuring arrangement with investors. Some will mature in 2028, 2034, and the rest of them. So those are the predictability. Those are the issues that are things. But I would appeal to TUC, and I think that they should be open to engage. Let's find out, for instance, it's possible this private sector participation can be worked out in a way that would ultimately be good.
We have seen too many of them that has failed, and he's referring us to other countries where now the population cannot even afford the electricity.
There are also
only
other
30%.
There are also other good examples of private sector participation.
Okay.
There are.
Okay. Yes, Gary, briefly.
I will just go for broad stakeholder consultation. Yeah. Workers, TUC, political actors, to sit down and chart the way forward. Explain to us The nature of the price that they're talking about. Explain to us. I want to understand the nature. About the collection.
He's done what he had to do already. We are coming to.
Let me just add one thing. The biggest question you ask yourself is, what's the biggest asset of a utility? What would you say it is?
Biggest asset of a utility?
Yeah, of a utility company.
In which sector? Like
when you look at the utility company, what do you think its biggest asset is?
Not the collection.
No, it depends. Ask the question better.
No,
you answer it.
No. You understand me very well. I said, you see a utility company, they show you a utility company. They say, this is a utility company.
It's us, the consumers.
Exactly.
Oh, what are you selling the consumers? Is it not power?
No.
Your asset is what you're selling.
No. So listen to my point very well before you conclude.
So finish.
If you know that the customer is your biggest asset, how many customers do you have?
In Ghana?
Yes.
Everybody.
No. Actual and potential.
Actual and potential. On the books of ECG, what is the customer number on the books of ECG?
This place you have gone.
No, I'm coming. Relax. You're asking.
So be speaking to us rather than asking us questions. So you have the answers and you're asking questions.
The biggest point is this. If you are saying you are privatizing the last mile, who are you talking to? We don't know the full customer numbers. We started the KYC. I don't know if they are done with the KYC. Because if you don't know the customers within the area you are dealing with, basically it could look like a create, loot and share. Because in your mind, you don't know the people that are consuming. So you think that there's a certain loss that is fictitious. It doesn't exist. But you have to put boots. I think this whole PSP thing, we just need to take, as they said, a broad stakeholder consultation. Let's take a closer look. But you cannot also do a PSP without an independent market operator.
Thank you. Theo. So, Gary, he has spoken about collusion. He just spoke about create, loot, and share. Which one is harsher? Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
With the word collusion. With the word collusion. But it has criminal connotations.
Create, loot, and share is clearer than collusion. Yes.
Gary. So let me tie in all the points, right, that I've come through and then also address some of the things. Luckily, this is also an area that I have worked in for a very long time.
Yeah, because energy, power, that's where you are.
I understand the issues. But
he knows how power looks like.
Electrons. Look, anything that you do fundamentally has to address three things, right, in the sector. The first one is the tariff gap, right? Being the fact that most of the tariffs that you have currently is not fully reflected in the cost. And part of the reason is also the nature of the contracts that were signed. These capacity charges and then all those other things that actually ends up driving the cost. And then you are uncompetitive even amongst your regional peers. The second thing that needs to be addressed is the distribution gap, right? Currently, as we speak, you have about 27% technical commercial losses, irrespective of the fact that the cash waterfall mechanism...
Arising out of what?
So technical losses. So you need to invest in some of the lines. And then commercial losses, which is that people are using power that they are not paying for.
Paying for it.
Right.
The number of customers. You know them. So why are you not collecting? Why are you not collecting that? You know them.
To the extent that the government now has to step in, the shortfall in the sector every year, close to about $1.5 billion, right, US, to cover for some of these losses that are in the sector.
My question is those who are not paying.
Hence why they started this loss reduction and then some other interventions, but it still has not been enough to address the issue. And if you even look at the cash waterfall, you go back historically, it has been abused, right? So Dubig was making a point that, we were collecting, you have to take care of your staff and then all of that. But there was a policy position. You collect, you put into the cash waterfall, it's distributed amongst the members, and then that, takes care of things. If you look at the staff strength of ECG, you did some analysis and all that, probably you're overstaffed.
Are you sure?
Probably. I'm using my words very carefully. I'm choosing my words very, very carefully. If you did a proper diagnostic analysis
the issues in the sector. Don't worry. Right. So historically, let me.
So historically, what privatize? Are you going to maintain the staff or you sack the staff to go home?
You have to do some rationalization and all of that. Efficiency savings. That is for the.
Don't be answering any other question apart from what I asked you, Dr. Champo. Your time will be up short.
I know.
Answer my questions rather.
Yeah. So you're addressing the losses. But the thing is that even when the revenues went up, so the big was saying the revenues went up from around 800 or so to, the reason is that the tariffs were also increased.
No.
In nominal terms.
No.
And then number two, the exchange rate adjustment.
I still stand by the fact. Collection efficiency. I still stand by the fact that the exchange rate. Wait. Listen. Let me correct something to you. Let me correct something for you.
You should be collecting 95%.
Yes, but you don't have the meters. You don't have the investment. And when you invest, you are short-changing.
Procuring meters going all the way back 15 years.
No. That thing they said, you are not following somebody's vision. No, wait. I know it's not about me. But let me correct.
Let's go back 10 years.
Let me
analyze ECG.
All right. I suppose.
Allow me. You realize that
the corruption that has been happening.
Don't let me.
Gentlemen.
There are no meters now. Are you aware?
Gentlemen,
I'm not aware.
You're not aware.
Gentlemen, gentlemen.
The point is this.
Please allow
the point is this.
Till the next 2 minutes, we have to wrap up.
If you are collecting 86% of what you are meant to be collecting, if you take every 100 cedis, the benchmark is that you should be collecting around 95, 96.
That has never happened.
And it has never happened.
The
now
best
you're doing
was done
about
under
86%.
Listen to him. He said
the best happened under the hook.
But also you did an adjustment. No, I'm not taking that away from him. What I'm saying is that you have to isolate.
I'm sorry, but we have to end this
the price
subject here.
effect as a result of the adjustment.
You
and
need
then work out in real terms.
No, you're right. Please stop interrupting
It's
him.
not theory.
Stop.
No, it's not theory.
Yes.
I'm not taking any shine away from him. What I am saying is that even under the loss reduction program and all the things that we see we'll be doing, if you look at the numbers, the losses have been going up.
It will go up because
it have been going up over the last 10 years.
So let me tell you why it is going up.
Making losses, right?
So let me explain you why.
So
it will go up because
the
if your meters are 10 years old and they are not reading well,
yes,
your meters are 10 years old. When you shoot a new tariff,
and
it will not read the new tariff.
At the same time,
No, bro. Calm down. No, they are not over procuring. Right now, they have a shortage. Check with them. Under the loss reduction program, I told you. Let's not do historical. We've come so. Let's not practice mediocrity. Listen. What you are doing is intellectual dishonesty. Wait.
No.
Look,
I'm saying do the analysis.
You have a system. You are holding an analysis which is totally different from operations. I am coming from an operational standpoint, and if I get your guidance, if I get your guidance, if I get your guidance or I get the assistance of theorists in operations, we will fix this problem. Yes. And let me tell you one thing. I just told you something that we need an independent market operator.
Yes.
All right.
The amount of energy we lose at the top.
I'm sorry, but we have to make time to canvass the other issues. But this all time will allow us. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry, but this all time will allow us for this session of the discussion. And
one session on ECG.
Sorry. We have been discussing this in the last 1 hour 30 something minutes. This is Newsfile, is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. Of course, there's the question about the nationalization of our mineral resources that we'll have to deal with. There is also the matter of Dr. Bawumia raising concerns about free speech that is under siege. We will try to find out if it's just reckless speech that is being criminalized and if that is also allowed in a democracy. And we share with you data that you may not have paid attention, but the situation is quite disturbing. In the last less than how many months of this government being in power, the use of the fear and alarm law has been used against over 16 people compared to what you had in Akufo-Addo's 8 years. Less than a dozen people came under it. Okay, so we take a break and return to look at the other issues. Dubik will take leave of us. He's attending a funeral. The thing that many of my friends accuse me, unfortunately, I can't do anything about it on a Saturday morning. Otherwise, I will never be able to host a show. Every Saturday, there's a funeral that I must attend. Yes. As for the wedding, some of them I try to make it. In fact, I try to go to Kumasi for some of the funerals. I fly, the funerals sometimes will travel late in the afternoon, so I'm able to catch up. Yeah, briefly.
If it take you close to 10 hours.
If you wait for elections, you have elections.
Yeah.
If you wait for elections, you'll have lost the elections.
Oh, you see. Right.
Once more.
Yeah. So on that note, I just want to say very sorry, sincere condolences to my friend Emmanuel Kenny of Fluke Pharma, the CEO. You lost your mom, Florence. We see Kenny, who will be will pay our last respect to on the 13th of June at the Page Event Center at Sakaman. It's supposed to be a private burial. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Did you know that Ghana's Children's Act Section 91 clearly says,
"No person shall engage a child in exploitative labor."
That means children must not be made to do work that deprives them of their education, health, or development.
Hazardous work?
That is not allowed. Working in stone quarries, carrying heavy loads as kayaye, hawking on busy streets in the scorching sun, being used as domestic servants in homes, or diving into dangerous waters to untangle nets, rowing canoes for hours under the hot sun, and working all day without food or rest.
Yet, too many of our children are trafficked from towns and villages across Ghana to the shores of the Volta Lake, trapped in fishing boats, robbed of their childhood, and exposed to danger every single day.
Human trafficking means the recruitment, transportation, harboring, or trading of persons within and across national borders for purposes of exploitation.
I want to go to school, but now I only work.
This is child trafficking.
It is a crime.
It is against the law and it must stop now.
Parents, guardians, community leaders, protect our children.
Report suspicious movement of children and do not give your child away to strangers promising jobs.
Together, let's end child trafficking now.
This message is brought to you by the International Justice Mission with support from the National Commission for Civic Education.
1924 was never just a year, but the beginning of every step with you. What if life wasn't just about the big milestones, but every small, beautiful beginning? A first job, a first risk taken. With someone walking alongside? What if protection felt like comfort, like a shared umbrella in a sudden storm? What if your business kept moving, rain or shine? What if healthcare came with hope and every heartbeat had a backup plan? What if retirement was a reward, with time, freedom, and laughter under trees? What if home and work became places your story belongs? What if goodbyes could be beautiful and losses made with care? Enterprise, your advantage.
Mommy, good morning.
Oh, good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery. Laparoscopic colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, aim to serve a peculiar health need.
The operations of gold fields in Tarkwa exemplify very, very glaringly the enduring consequences of extractive concession arrangements that overwhelmingly favor foreign investor corporations at the expense of host communities and the national economy. After more than 3 decades of mining activity in Tarkwa, many communities within the enclave continue to grapple with deteriorated roads, inadequate healthcare infrastructure, limited educational facilities, and widespread socioeconomic deprivation, including rampant unemployment and underemployment of youth. While local residents bear the severe environmental and social costs associated with large-scale mining, the overwhelming economic benefits are exported abroad, enriching foreign economies while leaving the host communities marginalized and environmentally burdened. In fact, to say environmentally burdened is just saying it mildly, environmentally destroyed. As Goldfields' current mining lease approaches expiration in April 2027, Ghana is presented then with a rare and historic opportunity to reclaim effective ownership and strategic control of the Tarkwa mine at a time when global gold prices remain exceptionally high.
Not just beat these people to the game if we don't own our natural resources, and that they will not develop our country for us. In fact, that is not their intention. Merely making profit is what they come for. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that there's a need for a new paradigm way beyond what we have known over the years.
We have to ask the question if the IEA is right, but certainly the Ghana Chamber of Mines thinks differently, that the IEA should not be going where it is heading. We have 25 large-scale mines operating in Ghana, and in all of this, who are in the commanding heights, who are commanding them? Ghana holds about 20% of that, Australia 4%, USA 8%, South Africa 16%, Canada 20%, and China 32% of these large-scale mines. In the last how many years, between 2011 and 2025, mineral royalties that have been posted for Ghana amount to 23 billion Ghana cedis, not US dollars. IEA thinks that we can get better. If you go to Takwa, it's a mining hub, but the lives of the people there, is it anything to write home about? That's their concern. Still here in the studio, Godfrey Bokping, Professor of Finance and Economist at the University of Ghana. Dr. Theo Champon is Technical Advisor, Ministry of Finance. Just a while ago, he and Kofi Bentil wanted to turn this show into their meetings at Imani. Samuel Dubik Mahama has just taken leave of us. He's former Managing Director of the Electricity Company of Ghana. That Dr. Kwabena Nyako of the TUC insists they will not allow any part of it to be privatized. Kofi Bentil is lawyer and senior vice president, Imani Africa. Gary Nimakomafo is director legal affairs of the New Patriotic Party. Now we're joined by engineer Kenneth Ashibe. He's the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. So, Ken, why don't you support Justice Sophia Akufo, Professor Makokwe, leading the IEA for Ghana to, as it were, take over control of its own affairs?
Well, thank you very much, Samson. Fortunately, I do not disagree with the IEA saying that Ghana should take control, commanding heights, of its mining industry. Bear in mind, we've heard the word commanding heights before, and where did it take us?
Commanding heights. We want to take over the commanding heights, but we are privatizing ECG.
Well, I don't disagree that Ghana should be able to take over, a larger chunk of the issues of mining. My only challenge with that, and which I have invited the IEA for us to all sit together and discuss, is that if you look at the paper that the IEA presented, this is the Institute of Economic Affairs. There was no data, in all of that conversation. There was no, they didn't look at our historical, where we have come from. The fact that in 1983, when we did the handover, as all these mines, including Takwa, that was in the hands of the State Gold Mine, were producing 833,000 ounces. And in 2025, when we have had, Ghana do the transformation into a public-private partnerships where government owns the asset. The asset is owned by government by view of our constitutional framework. Government owns it, the president holds it in trust of all of us, and there is a lease which then brings private sector in, and even the government has 10%, and the fact that in 2025 we're doing 3 million. So do not look, and again, if you look at the trajectory we have come from, when we were starting this, our mines were run predominantly by foreigners. You go into the space, the only place you might see a black person is community relations. Even that person will work under the head of department. To the point where, again, it is the same gold fields, is the same, foreigners who have come that have now we have had a transfer, control to the point that now, and the chamber, even the chamber at some point had a lot of foreigners in there, running the chamber as being presidents of the chamber, because that's where we had come from. But the same process, with the chamber involvement, it has brought to the point where now 99.4% of this industry are Ghanaians. That Ghanaians are now running the height of when it comes to running it. Ghanaians are running the height.
Running in what terms? Running in what terms? They are the hewers of wood and the drawers of water in these places. That's the point the IEA has been making consistently for a very long time now.
No, not at all. No, again, matter that goes into it. Those who are heading the managing director, so you can talk about the Sampobis, you can talk about the Elliots, you can talk about the Dankwas, in all of this, they are the ones running it. And the interesting thing is that in that process, not only have we now running the Ghanaian mines, you have Ghanaians going out into other jurisdictions, expatriating and running projects outside. Then also is the fact that it is through the same process. And you've had, the likes of Goldfield, bring in Ghanaian to come and participate. So you have had the Robadex, you have had the Rockshores, you have had the EMPs and other local contractors. Initially, when they were starting, the challenges were that, they did not have all the capacity, technical, financial, and they were getting into joint ventureships. But now you're having situations where Ghanaians now are running these contracting firms, not only just doing that, now beginning to export them. You have the EMPs who go to Liberia and go and do projects in those places and all of that. That is Ghanaian participation in a gradual. And not only that, you also now have the point where you have Ghanaians running mines. So you have owning mines, not running, now owning mines. So you have the likes of Adamusis and Co. who are running mines, who now are also going into other jurisdictions. You have the likes of Asante Gold, who will do it. But what do? You find out that on a constant basis, they are looking for partnerships, so they then would have to get either equity partnership or they would get, debt partnerships to come in. Because, mining is a very capital-intensive enterprise. You take the example of Newmont, for example. In starting the Ahafo mine, Greenfield mine, from zero to where they currently are, they spent about $1 billion. How many of our, our banks in Ghana can even raise that, even if we decided to go look for debt equity? And so you need to allow the system to evolve where Ghanaians get in there and participating. Now we have
evolve how? IEA is saying that we have over 30 mining leases that are nearing expiration, and that we should take advantage of this situation, not to be renewing the leases for them, and to now reset and take over.
Happening, and so the point is, I'm saying that now Azuma has, a project that they are going to do. We know they've gone out, they've looked for money, funding from outside. Let's see how they run it. There's demand that is also taking place. But you see, again, one of the things, Samson, you're a lawyer, you know this better than I would do, that when you go to the Minerals and Mining Act, Act 703, Section 44, one will tell you about the fact that the owner of the person who has been given the lease may apply. But when you go to 43, it says that if the person has materially met all the conditions of the lease, the minister shall renew. That should be applicable to us. So, again, if you allow me, Samson, so in the bit gradually has been increasing its participation in the, the mining endeavor. So this is the time where, as you even mix, because one of the things you would need, even for local and international investors, is the sanctity of your laws. It's also the security of tenure, the predictability of your regulations and your laws. Right. So you cannot, when you have done the law and you've attracted investors in, now begin to change them along the way. Right. And that's a major risk.
Okay.
Not only for the international investor, but even the local investor. We know.
Okay, hold on.
Our position is the things that we've been pushing.
Hold on there. So as we clearly can understand, Ken, yes, allow a certain natural phasing out of sorts of the multinationals. Sort of don't be this deliberately aggressive to want to sort of push them out. But the IEA says this is once in a generation opportunity. They've been complaining for a long time now that the manner in which how we signed these leases, they were so lopsided, we were disadvantaged, we have all been complaining about them. And now, almost over 30 of them are getting expired, and we have the opportunity to renew or not renew for these same, multinationals. I don't know where you sit. Yes, Prof.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we know how some countries have managed their natural resources, the kind of fiscal regime they've put in place, and how that has served their country, their citizens, and all of that. There is also no doubt that Ghana has not benefited optimally from its natural resources. There is no doubt. In fact, if you look at what we get relative to the industry, probably ours is one of the lowest among more resource intensive countries and all of that. And I'm happy that Dr. Tio is also here and all of that. So, and if you follow the narrative, something, as you rightly said, we have blamed a lot of these things on the kind of contracts that we have signed, lease arrangement that we have, and they are binding. So, to that extent, to the extent that these leases are now nearing expiration, then perhaps we should not throw away totally what the IEA is saying. We have an opportunity. What do we do with this opportunity? Do we take another look? Do we renew with improved terms?
Of course.
Yes, and all of that. I believe that IEA is open in that direction as well. But whether we like it or not, we have not been totally happy with the fiscal regime and what we are getting from that. And look, not to be a bit emotional about it. Look, I believe that many of us, we have visited some of these mining communities.
Yeah.
Goodness. I mean, I don't know. It's as though God made a mistake.
Yeah.
By depositing this. I mean,
those communities,
but I'm also looking at it that, yes, whilst this conversation is very important, how much can we get if we continue to just export?
Do you blame the multinationals that you gave those mines to, that you are taking royalties from, for the circumstances of those communities?
Well, you can't isolate those companies. I mean, even if it wasn't their fault when it comes to corporate social responsibility, when it comes to so many, there are different dimensions.
Yes, beyond corporate social responsibility, they are not mining for free, for crying out loud. They are paying you money. You are supposed to use that money for something. If you are not doing it, why do we end up blaming that it is? Yeah. And what's the guarantee that if you give it to a Ghanaian, the circumstance will change?
I'll come to that. Because we know how we do things and all of that. So I'm not too sure, but let's also not discount where the IEA is coming from, that we have an opportunity, right? We have complained about this one too many. We have an opportunity. We can look at it. We can look at the terms and all of that, with some level of transparency, and see whether we can get a fair share of that deposit.
So your emphasis is how to now couch the terms.
Yes.
Because as we understand, IEA was unhappy about the lithium mine, terms, because they said it was colonial era, same terms, and that we could do better than that. So that's what we should be looking at, rather than sort of indigenization.
Yeah. So I'm a bit flexible, and I don't want to go on that extreme of nationalization or something, because it has implications beyond just the mining sector and all of that. But I believe that we should still be able to look at these terms in a way that also gives sufficient return to the state. But I hope we are not missing the point, because there's a limit to how much you can gain if you were exporting raw gold or raw commodities. Why are we not looking at the value chain and process more and all of that? Because without that, there's certainly we cannot get all the benefit that one would see happening, or one would have seen happening in other countries. So I think that I understand it to mean that the IEA is saying that, look, we have an opportunity to reflect deeply over these things. But the other issue also is whether Ghanaians really have all that it takes to be able to mine the gold for the state to get the kind of tax revenue that we have gotten also over the years. And whether we can do this and also continue to assure investors, because it's not just the mining sector. We need, our savings level is very low. Our capital formation is very low. So we need that external capital to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that we have. So I think we need to perhaps manage this quite carefully, because it's not just the mining sector, it has implications for so many other. I can understand the call for more indigenous participation, but I think under the current framework, if we are able to operationalize all the local content within the fiscal regime, we will be making a lot of progress, much more than what we have now.
But what the IEA is saying, how different is it from government's new policy that we have become aware of? And the new policy is what is leading to the EMPs, the Prestia Bogoso gold mines taking over by, is it Heath Gold Fields, also belonging to Ghanaians and all of that. That's what is going on.
Yeah, so yeah, there has to be some level of predictability that does not unsettle foreign investors and all of that. We need to manage a space quite carefully, because the spillover, we may not be able to manage it and all of that. So if there are already the trend, a certain pattern is emerging and all of that. But I believe that will also be consistent with the IEA is saying that, look, we have opportunity to take another look at this, the terms of this list, and perhaps if we want to increase ownership from that perspective. But I think we should push ourselves further to also add a little value to what we export, because without that, it's going to be very difficult to benefit optimally, because merely by exporting raw commodities, there's a limit to how much profit you can make unless the world price essentially increases. And because, and that is, again, what you can see happening here, something. You can see we've done well, we are exiting the IMF program. But if you look at government revenue envelope, we have not done quite well from expanding the revenue envelope. And even though, for instance, in 2025, gold prices surged by more than 60% or so, it didn't impact our revenue envelope directly, proportionately, right? And then again, it also, in fact, something, if we go deeper and you look at the analysis, in the last 21, 22 years, gold has contributed more than 20% to the GDP growth, but the employment generation has not responded appropriately. The inequality, poverty reduction, that if you do all those analysis, you can see that we are not benefiting optimally from gold, and the fact that, so the only impact that we can immediately associate with will be the FX and how that has been spilled over to the market to strengthen the cedi. Beyond that, the effect is very limited.
Okay.
And all of that. So
the IEA says
value addition.
The IEA says an emphatic no to allowing these multinationals to continue to mine or operate what we know to be our lifeblood. Kofi?
These are not simple issues, and they will take some very deliberate, heavy thinking. But let's start this way. The IEA is right. Okay. So, for instance, if they say we have an opportunity which we won't get for a long time, they are right. But I worry when they move straight into the resource nationalization argument, which is mostly emotive. And look, let me claim some credit here. When we were dealing with lithium, we made massive mistakes because this is what we had. We basically repeated the old contracts. It was a money that, believing in what the IEA said, took a certain position. But we did also the heavy lifting. And let me credit Bright. Bright put together a lot, and all of us, shopped it, and this government adopted it. My point is, these things are difficult. So we need to move beyond just the emotional stuff. But we are saying they are right. That is one. Number two, we have options. One of the things we need to know as a country is that when you take one option, there's an opportunity cost. So the opportunity cost we have seen, and that's why I talked about the lithium, that we've looked at some of these things, is this. We as a country must be prepared to go without foreign investment in mining, and to that extent, therefore, to reduce what we're going to get out of mining if we will insist on some of the things that we are talking about. And when I say we have options, let me give you two. In Saudi Arabia, for instance, the people who drill the oil, they drill it as a service. The oil belongs to the state, and they are paid fees for drilling it. It's an option. We can use it. There's, cost and benefit to that. If you go to Australia, they mine, but you can't take the money out. You have to use it within the economy and find a way. In Ghana, we just ship the money out. Yeah. We can do that. But there are costs to these things. Now, we have to understand something. We have limited capability in terms of technology and all the things that are required, including financing, to handle our own mines. We haven't solved that problem yet. To date, there are few people in this country, you can count them.
I thought our problem now would only be about money. Because when it comes to,
a main problem is...
We understand the Ghanaians are in charge.
A main problem is money, but it's not just money. Okay? It is expertise and the whole value chain. Like it's talking, we have, I know because I've been looking at this for a while. We have tried gold refining in this country in the last 30 years, many times. I actually entered a gold refinery and put my hands in the gold. It was run by a South African guy. It collapsed. And we've gone back and forth, and I'm like, why can't we handle this thing? Somehow, there are issues there. There are HR issues, human resource, with specific kinds of
capabilities. You mean jewelry making or gold refining?
Gold refining. From Dory Gold to, gold. Yeah. Okay. We've tried it a couple of times. People came, they did it, and then somehow the thing doesn't work.
I think we are beginning one. I think the Gold Board has a setting.
Yeah.
They showed us recently.
Back to it, yeah.
Right.
We should keep trying till we fix it. But my point is, there's a whole long value chain, and technology is changing, and also we should keep working at it. But the point we have to make is that wishing, hoping, wanting is not enough. That is where Ken Ashigbe is coming in and say, we can't just throw these people away. We have to do some sort of collaboration and figure out how we are going ahead. But this one thing that we need to know is we need to review all the contracts now. At the time we're signing them, we're on a weaker foot. Okay? We are not on the same weaker foot. Today, we've developed people like Ibrahim Mahama, who have shown that at least in a certain section of the value chain, they are competent. We have built in this country someone like Sam Jonah, trained in this country, born here, run Ashanti to a multinational. He's there. We have seen all kinds of people come up with the finances that, if put together, could do something. Look, we should be careful how we treat our industrialists who have a big appetite for investment. Okay? Somebody will tell you that there is no fortune without a crime attached to it. I'm making a technical point. I want to see, for instance, if Ibrahim goes into Damai, I'm happy he's working with Sam Jonah. Okay? But Magdan is in salt mining. It's a form of mining. Okay? You have Jospon doing big business. Okay? You have the East Legon.
You are mentioning examples, the politics will not allow them to do their business.
That's the point I am making.
To do their business quietly.
The point I am making is
Magdan is already suffering.
The point I am making is that you should look at these people with a different set of eyes, because they are capable of doing things. That's why I started by saying that people believe that there's
each political party and the businesses that grow with it.
I'm making a point. The point is, on our these people, we should mobilize them. There are some people in terms of what they are capable of doing. Okay, and at least they have the appetite. They can tackle big business and help them. I don't see why Ibrahim should be doing this alone. It would be more comfortable if he has 2-3 other people there. So look, here's a general point. IEA is right, but the devil is in the detail. Clearly, what we should do is to renegotiate the contract and rewrite them, not with the weakness that we did in the first instances.
You seem to have an emphasis on these partnerships and collaborations. And the last time Bryce Simmons was here, and he was stating the point that we don't seem to have the entities that have the mettle to take over the entire chain and do a good job yet. And people were trying to, crucify him.
I was going there. So here's the thing. It is a fact that if you look at the value chain, we don't have everything. And this emotion, resource nationalization, has led us into trouble in the past. If you look at the history of mining in Ghana, there are the three Josephs. This started Ashanti, Obuasi Mine. Across the years, we start like this, we give it to Ghanaians, and then we sell off. We keep selling off, all the way to selling off the golden shares. So what Bright and Co. in the money we've done is that when we go this way, we are bound in the next 10 years to have the people we've given it to sell. So we should go slowly but surely. But definitely, what we should do is to rewrite the contracts better and start creating value chain collaboration and start hand-holding not individuals but groups into these mining areas. We can't continue to do the same old things, but we should also be prepared that if it is not as favorable as we think it should be, we should hold off. Okay, this haste to mine. I mean, they need the money tomorrow. Okay, will lead us into the same old problem. So, yes, you are right, but now let us get down to do the real heavy lifting. When the lithium issues came out and we did the work, the government adopted it. But the issue is that sometimes when you do these things, the investors who feel it is not favorable to them will go back. Okay, I think we should prepare to let some of them go back. Okay, and wait for the right ones to come. If we manage our economy better, if you take lithium, for instance, we didn't have that money. We were surviving. Take oil. We didn't have that money. We were surviving. We got oil. We signed weak contracts. Oil hasn't changed.
And it's not like the mineral will perish anyway.
It hasn't changed that. So we need more. We need to follow up on what IEA has said and more intellectual.
Right. So, Gary, the Chamber of Mines says that the future of Ghana's mining industry must be guided by evidence, regulatory certainty, and constructive engagement, not emotionally driven prescription. I've heard Bokwin use emotion. I've heard, Kofi also use emotion about 3 times in his submission. Not emotionally driven prescriptions that could undermine investor confidence. How do we navigate the situation in such that we avoid undermining investor confidence, which was what Prof. Bokwin was concerned about?
I agree with them. I agree with Prof. Bokwin and I agree with Kofi Bencher. You see, let's be very, very careful here. I don't think that we can say nationalization to mean the state itself coming in onto the space to do the mining itself. I don't think so. If that is so, they should tell us. Because you see, in Zimbabwe, Mugabe, around the year 2000, just nationalized all farmlands. Everything went down. That belongs to the white farmers. What did we see? What did we see? We saw a close dip, in the industry. So I think we should be very, very careful here. People have come in here, put in investments, 30-year investments, whatever you call it. If the terms were not good then, now we can look at the terms now. Renegotiate the terms, and then make sure that the terms are not favorable to the people of Ghana. I mean, why? It's business, it's investment. But to go and take over the entire mines, you say that the government is not entering to do the mining itself. That to me is a no-no.
We've done that before. State government.
Well, we just came from an argument right now from ECG. Now you say one private in ECG. Yes. Now you say, okay, now let's also go and take the miners. I don't think so. I think if the terms were not good, we can look at the terms again, renegotiate the entire terms.
I think what they are talking about is not exactly nationalization, it's about Ghanaian ownership.
Ghanaian participation.
And EMP has just shown us that evidence. They have gone into a place and already they are committing a certain amount of what they are going to mine to gold board. The money stays with us.
That is fair. These are Ghanaian companies in the space. I'm all for it. But the state entering the space to do the mining itself, that one, no. No. If private companies are Ghanaian companies, they can enter the space, put investment into the area, for the money to stay in Ghana. I have no difficulty with that at all.
That's a rather sad commentary about your state, that your state is not good at anything.
No, but look, something. Since independence, the state has been involved in several businesses, from transport to Please, let us not go there.
To what?
Why did you jump on that immediately?
Yeah, but Gihok is the best example.
It's a Gihok.
Okay.
What does Gihok want to do with this one?
Gihok had a stream of about 20 companies. And
every sector.
Let us discuss that about Gihok.
What were they producing?
Everything.
No, but Prof, you just last week or 2 weeks ago, you made a statement that many people connected with on this show when you were in a very cozy place. You made a statement, you asked the question, what has the government, our government, what have they been good at over the period? Yeah. Yes, Gary.
Yeah, so for me, I'm very clear in my mind. I think that if we have Ghanaian companies that can enter the space,
let's support them.
Let's support them. Let's push them.
Yeah.
Let's encourage them. Okay? But the state itself cannot enter into the space to go and take over the mines. Because if you are not careful, the word nationalization has got a very negative connotation.
Yeah, we're using it loosely.
Yeah, connotation out there. Yeah.
I want to believe IE meant the positive of it.
Yeah, it's about Ghanaian ownership.
Ghanaian ownership. Then that's fine. That's fine. I'm all for it.
All right.
So that I have no difficulty at all. But I think we should be look at the terms.
Yeah, we should be clear.
Terms of the contracts. And make sure the terms favor Ghanaians, favor the Ghanaian economy, it favors we, the people of Ghana. That to me, I think is the way to go.
All right.
But
yes,
the bigger issue, even in this, is to look at the small scale artisanal. Because in the last 10, 15 years, that's where the growth has come from largely.
And the damage.
That I'm saying.
And also that is the side where we are not getting fiscal revenue. When it comes to the large scale, the multinationals,
it's controlled.
In fact, we've got a lot of the tax revenue. If you check our revenue envelope, you can trace it to these multinationals.
Because they are more formalized.
They are more formalized. Okay, on the average, their books, they also audit and the rest of them. But if you check the last 10 years, 15 years, the rise of small-scale artisanal mining, in fact, our revenue envelope has not responded appropriately. In fact, it's also not showing in our tax-paying database. Even though I heard somewhere, some people were saying that last year, government created over 1 million jobs, whatever. It's not true. If you check the formal wage economy, the numbers have increased by just around 139,000. The whole of 2025. And then again, so whilst surge in gold price has helped the CD and our reserves, it has not impacted our revenue envelope the way it should. And it's not because of the multinationals, largely. Even though the fiscal regime hasn't been that beneficial. But it's more of the artisanal small scale where the damage to the environment is huge, and yet we are not getting the fiscal revenue from that. And that's why I'm thinking since you are with government, since you are spokesperson, I'm thinking that
I'm not spokesperson.
No, okay. So is a technical advisor.
Is the government spokesperson here today?
Today he's a spokesperson. Very well. Theo is very efficient.
All right. Yes. So Theo,
I was going to add a small.
We're at a time when go ahead.
On the fiscal that you mentioned. So we passed the LI 2517, the Mining and Minerals Royalty Regulations 2025, which increased the fiscal take. And then on the small sector, if you go to the back of there's a table in the rate of royalties, small-scale mining operations actually would now be paying 2% royalty. So the point you raised about the fiscal take, they will be paying their bit, as well to contribute to the.
That is if you are formalizing them and you know them.
Of course, there's a process for.
Now Gold Board hasn't been there with all the premium they pay to get them on
the IEA asked the question: why did the government increase royalties ostensibly to capture greater value from Ghana's mineral wealth, only to simultaneously dilute that gain through tax concessions?
Give or take. The point is that if you...
Says it's give or take.
No, because I worked in this space long enough to know how these negotiations are done and then also what the overall fiscal take ought to be, right? So you do have the tax and then the non-tax elements which interact together. And what is important at the end of the day is actually what you take away, which sometimes we call the government take. So, for example, if you do an analysis of the sector and you look at the overall take, right, at a marginal level, not effective, typically you would have about 5% royalty. Now that's been changed to the sliding scale. Then you have a 10% government free carry, and then you have 35% corporate income tax. And then we used to have the stabilization levy as well, which has come down by
growth
1%. Exactly. So if you actually did all of this and you did the modeling, at a marginal level, your take on it's about 50%, 55% on average when you add all these taxes up. The reason why you're not getting enough coming back at the effective level is because of some of the interactions, for example, with the corporate income tax and all of that. So if you have a problem with the take, what you do is you enforce your auditing capacity. For example, the costs that the companies are posting are saying that, well, this is my cost. Because the corporate income tax is revenue.
Sometimes these have resulted in some kind of dispute, you know.
I know, but that is the way you go to try and address issues that you have in the sector if it is about take, not necessarily about trying to increase what they say you want to take over the sector. I'm echoing the point we've all made here that we have to be very, very, very careful in terms of what you send to the market, in terms of the signals that comes out there, in terms of this seeming thing that people feel like, oh, suddenly it's like resource nationalism, quote unquote, which may or may not be the case. And in this instance here, what you
but that has triggered some signals out there internationally.
You read the news
and we have read where,
read the news
they're suggesting that we are becoming antagonistic. We are not becoming a friendly, business sector for this area.
So if you really have an issue in the sector, and some of these mining concessions are coming up and all of that, you sit down and you talk through them and you negotiate. You can increase the take. You can use other fiscal instruments and all of that. There's also the question of your Ghanaian participation. That, if you want more local players in the chain, you sit down and you negotiate and you talk things out. But the point is that it all has to
empowering them.
Yes, but it also has to be data-driven. You need the evidence base to make the case. It's not just an emotive argument about we should take over. Because we've been down that road before in the past. We've been down that road in the 70s, in the 80s. We did not put the investments in, and the mines went down to the point that they even had to do retrenchment of some of the staff. We've been down this road in other countries. Gary was talking about Zimbabwe, right? Where today, as we speak, Zimbabwe, again, you can check some of the mines, the farmlands are being proposed to be returned back.
Yes.
to the
and the major issue.
So the issue really is that yes, you want to increase your take on the fiscal side. Yes, you want more Ghanaian participation in the sector.
All right.
Yes, you want more local content. That is fine. The form and the substance that comes or which you use to do that, for me, even matters more, right? Rather than making this big, emotive-driven argument, which you actually, when you look at the data and you do the deep analysis, sometimes it doesn't correlate.
Is there any one of you who will speak without talking about emotion? Emotive-driven.
Because we've been in this space. The major issue that we need to deal with is the politics around it. Look, all these big boys who end up in these areas, the capability, are one way or the other politically aligned.
Right.
And we tend to destroy them going around.
Just yesterday, is it yesterday, the 2 days ago, the cabinet meeting, where the president summoned the cabinet meeting, and the president had to recuse himself because there was a consideration of the Ibrahim EMP, project. People have asked the question. I mean, what kind of phony thing is that?
Well.
The president recusing himself, what does it mean? What does it mean? Because everybody else sitting there is appointed by the president.
Let me land on this. This is cabinet. So what is the point? Samson, there is Royal Ghana Gold Refinery today in this country. It's not being used because some people believe some persons who are affiliated to it belong to another. And it may not be true. Now, whether so or not, we need to start thinking about that. Look, Ibrahim Ama is the president's brother. If MPP comes into office tomorrow, Nobody should go and try to destroy that man's business. Look at what I've gone to see what McDan is doing in Adan. It's amazing. A new government comes in and people start attacking him. We need to keep in mind that we can't go forward if we keep clawing people down. Immediately politics changes. The people who do these things will one way or the other be related to politics.
A very important point there. No, Engineer Kenashigbe, do we really have as many, firms like the engineers and planners? Because now the terrain looks like if you want to give the over 30, leases to Ghanaian companies, then engineers and planners must win all of them because the rest of them don't seem to have the capacity to show.
But again, Samson, that you see, again, very respectfully to all of us who sit on the platform, it's not only engineers and planners. So there's Rabotech in there, as a Ghanaian, contracting firm. There's Rockshaw in there, that's a Ghanaian contracting firm. And Kofi talks about Royal Gold not being given. That's also not correct. They are in the process of getting that, though the point Kofi makes is true. You see, the interesting thing, and again, I think whether we have Ghanaians who can do it, that's why the path I was going when you stopped me was to get to that particular point where you develop those pathways. You have the Kibi gold fields. They've been mining for a long time, or 92. They are thereabout. They've been in this business. So the Ghanaians who are in there, the challenge is the complexity around it, the fact that mining itself is an international thing, so the funding that you require. Current bonds, even bonds for environmental bonds, our companies alone are not able to do it. But let me just share one thing to you. When you look at the take that comes out of mining, the finance minister's advisor talks about the bit they take. I think we need to correct that. Currently, we're doing about 60%. When you now do at today's gold price of 4,600, which then translates your royalties to 12%, and your growth and sustainability levy, because it's not tax deductible, it's 1.5% of royalty. If you add that to that, you're doing about 13.54%. And if you do government stake, so when people talk about we're not getting much, government stake is close to 60%. And we talk also about the issues around the development in the area, which we as mining firms are very concerned about. Last year, Gold Fields, Ghana Manganese, Anglo Gold Eduaprim paid 5.1 billion cedis to government in taxes. How much of that went back into the Takwa area? When Newmont sold the Achim mine, government made $250 million from that. You ask yourself, the people in the Achim enclave, how much went in there? That is the reason why for us at the Ghana Chamber of Mines, our proposal is that we need to get to a point where we need the same way we have the Petroleum Management Revenue Act. We should also have the Mining Revenue Management Act and ensure that at least 30% of royalties that we pay go into these communities. And they don't just go into these communities so that some of the assemblies will be using it to pay funeral donations.
You want to share,
go into these
you want to share the royalties that go to Otumfor?
No. Otumfor should get the chief should get their royalties.
Okay.
But there's a portion that should also go. The chief should get there because they are also in the communities. But there's a portion that should go into the assemblies. But the government should tie to that. The usage of that should be still some things that would spare investment. Those are the things that we do. Okay. But again, the point I was going to make again is that if you look at the take out of mining in terms of how much goes to how much you split. Government is currently making, when you take all the revenues, government is currently making about 20%. But over 40 something percent is going to local production. So I agree with our colleagues when they say, and I hear them trying to whitewash what IEA said. IEA is not talking about
Ken, what was one of the major reasons we set up MIF?
Good point. Very good point. And again, that's where, for me, we should be going into. And if you allow me to just look at the issues around the renegotiation and then how we get Ghanaians to play roles into it, how we increase our take into it. That over 40 something percent, that comes from local procurement. As you go renegotiating this contract, you could say to Goldfields, for example, that if we are going to renew your contract, then you buy grinding media, and unfortunately, grinding media, we've said is local contract. By a Ghanaian will take it and go to China, go elsewhere and go and bring it in. What we want you to do is your partners that are out there, bring them into Ghana. Let them come and partner Ghanaians and produce grinding media in Ghana. Activated carbon made out of coconut shell, made out of palm kernel shell that the UMAT has done, tested our locals that, we are good in our minds. Goldfields, Anglo, bring your partners, come and set up in Ghana with partnerships with Ghanaian. Start producing in here so that 48% or so that comes out of the spend of mining revenues, we're beginning to get them here. As again, we talk about wanting to take over. It's not only 30 leases that are available that are only mining leases. So there are spaces in Ghana here that are waiting to be explored. Why? The Afro North. The Afro North was not, nobody was mining it. Newmont brought $1 billion and invested in it. Can we put Ghanaians together? Can we also ask our pension funds? Most of these companies, the shareholders in them are pension funds. Can we also say our pension funds should also put their money? Unfortunately, our pension funds, the size is not that big, and they will not be able to put all of that into gold. Currently, we are all talking about this gold thing because the price of gold is good. Bear in mind, it is a cycle. The same way we've had the peak going very high. When it drops, it will also drop like that again. So we need to find a way in which some of these things can be done, which would bring in, and I agree with the point of bringing Ghanaians together to be able to then get the muscle to be able to do it. But for me, I think that what we have to do is to move to the point where now we've been playing roles, contract mining, now some of us are getting into the big mining one. Let's grow that. And the partnerships gradually will become dominant. You go into a jurisdiction like Australia. Australia, they are a matured mining destination. They have the money to do mining. They have the people to do mining. They have the resources to do mining. Okay. But you go into mining, an African company like Goldfields has 4 wholly owned mines. When you go in there, they don't, even do the free carried interest. We do because of our conditions. So yes, we can do all of that. But how do we get up? So we'll definitely have to transition from where, in terms of the partnerships, we are not dominant to where we are dominant. But it would definitely need the, big boys, also the likes of Zijin, the likes, all of them also playing it. Because you see, the thing that it does is that it also brings technology into your market. It also signals well into your market. And I agree with all of us. This thing that IE is saying, even the telecom industry, an industry where it also needs a lot of investment and all of that, who is going to bring his money into your market? And then when it comes to the time where you have to renew the contract, when your contract, your law says that the minister shall, then because of, something that we're saying, then we decide that we're not going to do it. So yes, Ghanaians should take a lot more out of this mining. There are various opportunities that are left for us to be able to do that. Okay. Let's see how we are doing all of that.
All right. Okay. Sometimes your line gets a bit disturbed. But in 30 seconds, Doc, can you tell me if we have, say, a dozen mining firms, indigenous mining firms, who have the capacity or the muscle like EMP, or even better? Do we have that?
Look, as I told you, you have Rockshaw, you have Rabodeck and things that are in the contracting firms. You have Ghanaians that have capacity, but in terms, you see, these things, they are
You have mentioned only 2.
Yes, I'm saying that, yes. So that's what I'm saying, they are made, so you will have to build them gradually. And some of the things you have to do, you might have to have a deliberate policy.
So we are not ready. We are not ready. We are not ready for what the IEA suggests.
Oh, well, participation. They are saying take it and give it. That definitely can. There's no country that is currently even doing that. Tell me any of the big mining jurisdictions that says that only the indigenous people can do it. So that question you're asking there, you will definitely not find them, but we can build them over time. And so I agree with you. We don't have them sitting. We can build them over time, and it's possible to do that. And you see, some of it would also be partnership. Where our locals are partnering with some of the big companies.
Thank you very much. Prof. Bokpin wanted to say something, and that will end this discussion in some 2 minutes, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, I belong to the school of thought that we must be intentional in empowering local businesses. We have to. There's no country on the face of the earth that actually made it without empowering locals to own and grow. Our economy ranks 8th, but there's no Ghanaian in the top 20 billionaires in Africa. Look at our economy. We rank 8th. But if you are looking for billionaires in Africa, we are not in the top 20. There is no Ghanaian business that is in number 8, consistent with our economy, or even number 10.
He mentions Rockshell, and I don't even know what Rockshell's status is today, whether they are actually, a going concern that we can mention in these slides.
Look at the recent list of billionaires. Ibrahim Ahmad shows up probably in the late 20s or 30s or something on the continent. So, and the point that my big boss here mentioned, look, the rise and fall of businesses in Ghana under our democracy, it's something we have to address.
Our partisan democracy, party hijacked democracy.
Do you know that? I mean, it's costing us so much. And not only that, it affects the level of partnership our local businesses can engineer with foreign parties.
A major problem.
Because the political economy becomes a dominant checkbox. Today, look, there are some people who don't pay taxes. They are moved from active to inactive once their party is out of power. Until the next 8 years or so.
No, 4 years. Now you are left only 2 years to go.
You don't know that.
Sorry. Only 2 years to go.
Say they, don't say you. Say they.
Tio has only 2 years to go. 2028 they are going.
Tio.
They are going. They are going. Anything is going to put.
Please, that's not Tio's business.
I almost got confused.
Only say 8 years. It is too far. They have only 2 years to go.
By our history so far, it is an 8-year thing. That's why he's saying it that way. Go ahead. So we will not change the debates. Let's go.
I'm concerned because, you see, if you look at Africa today, if we are doing the projections, we have hope for Nigeria because of what some big entrepreneurs
like Dangote
and the others, and they are coming together. Okay, so there's a forecast that suggests that by 2075, Nigeria will be top 5 globally. In fact, in the next 15, 20 years, Access Bank and some of them will have a balance sheet maybe bigger than maybe a country on the continent and the rest of them. So I'm appealing to politicians. Let's take politics out. Let's not look at the political lineage. Let's grow indigenous businesses. Let's give ourselves a certain timeline and say that, look, key sectors of this economy, we want Ghanaians to dominate. Banking, look, there's nothing Ghana about Ghanaian banking industry. Almost all the lucrative sectors of this economy, Ghana is visibly absent. You should be concerned.
The small-mindedness. And you see the politicians,
it's an evil spirit.
You see them, some of them are so exposed, so well exposed. And yet when it comes to these things, it's just so petty. Pull him down, kill everybody. And yet they don't end up doing anything better.
Who are afraid to even expand? Because they are afraid that when their businesses grow, the eyes of
Kofi just mentioned, right in our faces, Kofi just mentioned Magdan.
Yes.
See what is going on.
Some of them today don't pay their loans. Some of these big entrepreneurs here around here, they have a lot to debt in the banking sector. I think we should be telling them also that we must be responsible. And as much as we are supporting them, they must be responsible. Some of the non-performing loans,
all right.
You can trace it to some of this.
And also prepare to
Prof makes a very important point on this. But now who caused them? We have a government in power, just took power. People were sacked from employment. People are having contracts. They've been terminated unlawfully.
You have not done same, Gary, in the past.
That is a point. That is a point that he's making. The point he's making that we have to depart from that point.
Conduct.
So the point he's making.
Gary is falling into the same.
You see, they are asking the question. When the president was recusing himself, the reason some people are laughing, having a laugh, is that you brought the problem on yourself. They asked the question, Brian Champon, he was trying to get a business, and look at how you branded him, and now you have come in, and in your case, it's your brother. It's not even somebody who is just in a government or something of the sort.
So let's be careful about this thing. Gary is trying to say it's the other guys. I've looked at it carefully. I'm
not talking about one party.
I know. Yeah. I'm saying Gary is trying to blame the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay? Look, Theo is my brother. We criticize MPP. We've criticized NDC. Today he's working there. I am fully behind him.
We have even criticized him, but he's a very good guy.
Let me make my point. Very important. See, our original sin started from Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah sidelined a whole group of people, and they tended to be the industrialists and the people who were doing those things. It followed. After him, we built up. Then Jerry Rawlings came in and cut down a whole industrial group. Tata, all those, cut them out.
And then some of them dress like women to escape out of this country.
So look, let's admit that we have a problem, a national problem.
Okay.
Ghanaian can tolerate somebody else doing well more than he can tolerate a fellow Ghanaian doing well.
Okay.
I have said, and I've mentioned names. Please protect Ibrahim, protect Magdan, protect Despite, protect Jospon. They will have their issues. But these are the people who do big business and have the appetite. So we'll have big names there. Dangote today transcends politics. We need to have people in Ghana who transcend politics.
Okay.
Let's make it a national.
All right, thank you very much. And this is where we take a break and return. We take a break and return to ask the questions about whether or not there is an increase in the use of the Section 208 and also Section 207 of the Criminal Offences Act to want to, as it were, criminalize speech where there is no basis to do so. We'll be right back on that. My outfit is by Habil's Couture. You can call them 0200 84 1988. Habil's Couture. 0200 84 1988. Just call them and they will make you look good. This show is also brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gums and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so buying, a man is swing, Nesansu Mama Hotoso, a will beg you.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of
Hello CEOs, Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Thursday, 28th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, Driving Bold Reforms Through Leadership, Technology and Industrialization. Tagline, From Vision to Action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo, a decade of leadership impact. T&C supply.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And we are going to see whether this regime is anti-free speech, as it's accused. You would have read from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer of the NPP. You would have read from Afenyo Marking, the minority leader as well, and the things they have had to say. in the wake of the arrests that have happened in the course. But let me share just a couple of messages with you. Oh, some of them are just long, but I'll try. Edu Buahin says that, I wish we stay in the IMF program for 20 years. The fact is, the only time we are disciplined is when we are under an IMF program. With people like us who think DDEP shouldn't have happened in the first place, government should have sold SOEs and cut the size of government instead of the painful DDEP. The government is being slow on privatization of the SOEs. When Margaret Thatcher wanted to privatize SOEs, it was a warlike situation with the unions, but she stood her grounds and the results were obvious. The president should be bold and privatize the SOEs, or we will soon be back to the IMF. Excuse my language, but the fact is most of these SOEs are nothing more than criminal enterprises for politicians and allies to loot the nation. Please don't ask to be excused about this, okay? An economy like ours would never survive $2 billion a year loss from SOEs. Simplicity. Thanks for your message. Yakubu Mohammed Ibn Chambers in Wale Wale says, I don't begrudge Ghana for over-ambitiously seeking resource nationalization, but considering the whole mining value chain, the foreign investor is a necessary evil Ghana cannot do without. Ghana isn't there yet in terms of technical capacity and know-how to work alone. Since Ghanaians are only good at waxing lyrical and running riot with rhetorics, I recommend clear policy direction and clear negotiation and contracting terms that will inure to the benefit of the masses. Thanks for your message. Master Planner Junior in Kintampo says that I support the call. Let's support the Ghanaian businessmen. But anytime I hear let's build and support Ghanaian businesses, Dr. Brian Echampong comes to mind. He made, you made him look like a Congolese businessman under the NPP administration. All right. Thanks for your message. Papa Bisu says that witch hunting idea, it says this witch hunting idea being narrated by the NPP, especially by their flag bearer, we'll get there. We are not on that issue yet. Thanks for those messages. Okay. Someone says he wish he had the opportunity to call in. We have moved on from those issues of the minerals, but there's someone very important in the minerals area. Someone says Rockshell is dead. Okay, Rockshell is dead. Is that true? And then Yao says, I'm glad you brought in the royalties going to Otumfuo and the other chiefs. Please, let's also ask the chiefs what kind of development they do with their communities with those royalties. It appears those royalties go to them as their personal share. Is that what it's supposed to be? That's a question you are asking. Thank you for that question. Richmond says that the government's position has been clear from day one. The government does not have any plan to privatize ECG in its entirety. The government intends to introduce private sector participation to deal with billing and collection. Cabinet approved this in April 2025. So billing and collection. For my guests who are seeking to know the exact parameters of the PSP for ECG, particularly Gary, that's your information. Currently, the government is going through stakeholder consultations, which have been ongoing, and a press release that was issued on the 30th of December about the selection of transactional advisor for private sector participation in ECG is also brought to my attention by Richmond, and I'm referring to Richmond Roxon of the Energy Ministry. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I just read this line because it looks like Kwabna Otu, are they ignoring certain things that have already happened? The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has taken note of a press release issued by the Public Utilities Workers Union and subsequent actions protesting the selection of a transaction advisor for the private sector participation in the Electricity Company of Ghana. The ministry wishes to clarify that Cabinet, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in April 2025, approved private sector participation of ECG as part of a broader reform agenda aimed at improving billing and revenue collection, enhancing service delivery, and reducing aggregate technical and commercial losses within the company. While there has been significant improvement in ECG's overall performance since January 2025, the ministry acknowledges that critical challenges still persist. These challenges continue to threaten the financial sustainability of ECG and stability of the power sector if not adequately addressed. The ministry emphasizes unequivocally that Government of Ghana does not intend to and will not sell ECG. The approved PSP framework is not a sale or divestiture. Rather, it involves the strategic deployment of private sector enterprise through multiple concession arrangements to support and improve specific operational areas of ECG. Right. So thanks for that clarity and taking us back to those messages. Mancha Bruce, this is a long one. It says government cannot celebrate the gains made without giving credit to the previous administration. Indeed, according to BOG's audited accounts, it's disposed of 27.6 tons of Ghana's 30.53 tons of gold reserves. This disposal was undertaken in response to pressures arising from the bank's own policy implementations, particularly its extensive sterilization operation. The sale realized 3.6 billion USD, part of which was applied towards the reduction of the bank's reported losses. It is evident that but for the DDEP, notwithstanding its difficulty and the Gold for Reserve program, the present administration would have been in a coma. Dr. Theo Champo, let's be consistent. If the BOG is not a profit-making organization, it also cannot be a loss-making one. Amazing convictions. Thank you for those messages. Batinos Digura says that it will interest you to know that individuals who want repair works on their already existing burglar-proof metal gates use the electricity that does not reflect on their meters. Okay, consumption, that's illegal use of electricity. It's all over the place. They cut open the wires below the wires directly imputed on the meter. Hence, it is part of the commercial losses. We have to start surcharging people who do that. That's actually a crime. And please, if you know anybody, report them and let them be arrested. Musa Abattoir in Aswati says that for the first time, I agree with Kofi Bentel. The Institute of Economic Affairs has long advocated for strong indigenous participation, and the EMP sector has shown enough capability. I disagree with Lawyer Gary if he believes foreign companies are better than state-owned or local companies. Whether private or state-owned, indigenous companies should be prioritized over foreign ones. Thanks for those messages. I'll take a last 2-3 of them, just brought to my attention by my producers. This one, okay, another too long one. I'm unable to read that, but let me move on to yet another one. Mauli Atachi says that, love it or hate it, the successful completion and the outdooring of Ghana from a direct financial firm, the IMF, to a rather policy monitoring and guide is a plus. But more striking Is the government willing to open itself for prudent fiscal spending even into an election year? Okay, thank you for that. You are called Ask Mahama. You say Ghana exiting the IMF is much ado about nothing. Looking at the current trajectory of the economy, it's clear we are just an election away from returning to the Bretton Woods. Because how can BOG lose 3.18 billion US dollars, more than for what we were subjected to a lot of conditionalities? Benjamin Kessie says on free speech, we'll get to free speech now. Emmanuel J. Bequin says being excited about exiting IMF program is akin to an indisciplined child being happy about finally becoming independent of their parents' control. Your guess is as good as mine. When they indeed get independent, a proud nation indeed. All right, I'll end here now. So, we have now been joined by one of our guests I introduced much earlier when he was not here, Abbas Nuruddin. He's lawyer, he's CEO, Social Investment Fund. He has been the communications officer for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Thanks for joining us, Nuruddin.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. So this week something has happened. Abronye, the NPP's, one of the NPP's officers, went to court. He had been arrested originally sometime in April, and I think before that he had also been arrested. So this arrest was a second arrest, and he had been granted bail, initially refused bail and gotten bail later, and then he goes to court and new developments. He gets his bail literally revoked, and as we speak, he's in BNI custody. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia issued a statement, and that statement was to the effect that this government is doing a very bad job retrogressing in our democratic gains as far as free speech is concerned. Is that the case? So, let me come to the studio and begin with Gary Nimakumafo. So, Gary, tell us the story. How did it happen? Those of us who don't know what exactly happened, tell us what happened.
Which story?
How we have come to tabling this subject for a discussion.
Where we are now in this country. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Samson. So let's make a point very clear. Free speech in every country is very clear. That we need to be in a good democracy must allow people to speak freely. No matter how noisy it might be, Samson, you should allow it. That does not mean that it should be coupled with irresponsible speech. Now, Samson, let's understand something. In every democracy, accountability is key. Whatever you are doing as a state power, state actors, I mean, whether you are a judge, whether you are a police officer, whether you are whatever, there's a day that you account for your stewardship. I have monitored things from afar, looking at how things have panned out since this government took office. You see a certain pattern. A pattern where people are arrested for just speaking or be on social media. They are taken into custody. Sometimes, they are kept there 48 hours. They are granted bail. Some of the bail conditions, something are very harsh and onerous. And I mean, you realize that you can't even meet the conditions. And now you are even hearing that some of the state actors are saying that in the course of their investigations, they are using the amount of money they are investigating to set bail bonds. That cannot be the law. That cannot be the law. The test for setting a bail bond is whether or not the person will appear for investigation or for trial. You cannot say that you are investigating an amount of, let's say, 500 million. And so bail sum is what? 65 million. That is not the law. The key thing is whether the person is a flight risk or the person will appear before the court or the investigating authority for you to carry out your lawful duty. Now, what we are also seeing as a trajectory is that when you appear before them, something with your client, For the first 24 hours, they may just ignore you. Otherwise, they may just ignore you, and you are just there. Later part of the evening, they will start investigation. 1 and 2.
Who may ignore you?
The investigative authorities.
Okay.
They ignore you. They ignore the suspects. Wait till the following day, and they start again till about 11 o'clock, and you are granted bail. And they mention the bail sum 65 million, 100 million, 50 million. Sometimes I wonder, and when you ask them, they tell you, well, we are looking at the amount on the Monday we are investigating to set a bail bond. And as I maintain, that is not a law. That's not a law. I mean, we've been around for some time. That's not a law. So, one thing that I think we should be very clear about is that something, when you have power, it's very, very tricky, It's very, very tricky. Sometimes you think that you are invincible. Look, let me tell you. When MPP was in government, the day we lost elections, on December 7th, then 8th, I think 8th or so, 9th was announced that we lost the elections. The phone calls that come on my phone reduced by half immediately.
I clear.
Now you can see people who pretended to be your friends, or try to now realign themselves with the other side. My brother on the Northern side, and those people on the other side were calling me, telling me, "Oh, Gary, this your man has come to see us." But we said you come back to you. He said, "No," and you see how it is. That's why we say sometimes when you think that, say in Latin, in prospere, hominis habecus habet. All right? In prosperity, men have many friends. You might think that these are your friends, but I'm telling you, look, let's get the thing very clear. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. We must understand one thing. You have state power to act. You have to act responsibly, act according to the law. Let's allow free speech. Let's allow free speech. Why? Let's allow free speech. I do not see why somebody will speak. He'll say, "Oh, Doomso has come," and the person is arrested.
How?
If Doomso has come, is it not the case that Doomso has come? This morning, on my way from my house in East Legon here to the studio, my lights were off.
That is Doomso.
Whether it's Doomso or Doomsay, is it not light off? But the question is that does it even preempt an arrest at all? I've been wondering and asking myself, is the IGP around? Is the IGP around? If it's around, you must provide leadership to the police. I think the police officers who are engaged in this kind of erratic arrest, they must stop. Something they must stop. Because you see, the same police service is there, the top has changed, and now everything seems to have comatose. Everything seems to have comatose. Let's understand one thing.
That you are not happy about what is happening is not synonymous to everything is comatose.
I'm saying this erratic arrest that is going on. Are you happy about it? Yes, as lawyers, you are giving us putting bread on our table. When you go and make an arrest, a lawyer must appear. The lawyer appears, you take your fees.
It depends on the kind of business some lawyer wants. It's not every business every lawyer wants.
Well, the bottom line is that for me, looking at what is going on, I think we have to allow the system to run in a manner that tomorrow, if you are called upon to account for your stewardship, you can account for it.
This thing about stewardship you are repeating in the last few minutes, help me understand. For example, Abroye has been charged 2, counts under Section 207 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act, which says that any person who in any public place or at any public meeting uses threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior with intent to provoke a breach of the peace, or whereby a breach of the peace is likely to be occasioned, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Then count 2 has to do with the Section 208. Section 208 says, any person who publishes or reproduces any statement, rumor, or a report which is likely to cause fear and alarm to the public or to disturb the public peace, knowing or having reason to believe that the statement, rumor, or report is false, is guilty of a misdemeanor. That's what he's been charged for. And there are others who have been arrested under these laws. Is the same thing, that they are disseminating false news, or again that what they are doing is likely to breach the peace.
Which peace? Mm-hmm. Which peace? You see, let us not belittle our criminal jurisprudence in this manner. Look, I think the Attorney General must step in some of these situations and curtail police powers under Section 207 and 208. It's been abused. What is the civil laws of our country doing? Doing? If somebody believes that he has been defamed or whatever there is to it, use a civil route, sue the person for defamation. Something. It is being abused. It is being abused, and we must be frontal about it. It is being 207 is being abused. Now the little bit they say you have been look something. How can you arrest somebody from, let's say, Ashanti region or from BA or whatever it is? Move the person from that region to Accra and say within a jurisdiction of the circuit court. What jurisdiction of the circuit court? Somebody published something in what do you call it? Sunyani, and it's moved from Sunyani to Accra District Circuit Court, and the charge is saying within a circuit court jurisdiction. What is circuit court? It's circumscribed. These things shouldn't be encouraged at all. We live in a democracy. If we want the democracy to thrive, let us be very careful how we apply this. These are laws. This is an archaic law in a statute book. It's an archaic law.
So you are saying the law exists, but it should not be used.
The law exists, but it's being misapplied. You see, the facts upon which they charge these persons, about 90% of them are all misapplied. To cause which fear and alarm to the public, which fear and alarm. There must be factual basis to say this and this has happened. It can breach the peace. What are the factual basis that you are seeing on the facts?
They have shown you the factual basis, except you don't think that they are basis enough. Is that not the point?
You see, that is why if they think that what the basis that they have said is even good to go by, go through the process.
They are going through the process.
Oh. You know, most of these cases are abandoned. Something.
They get abandoned?
What they do, they do the initial arrest. They try to remand you for about a week or two or whatever it is. They abandon the case. They abandon the case. And I think all that they're trying to do, let's show you some small power. That is all. We don't build a democracy. You see, when you do that kind of thing, you know what you do? You build a certain culture in the opposition. And that's why I'm talking about accountability. Then you now, because you see, in every political party, what are we doing? And I'm speaking to you directly. There are moderates and there are hardliners. The moderates are some of us, okay, who will sit back and analyze the matters and be very rational about it. You see the hardliners saying that, look, how come that Macron is not doing anything about it? And they are pushing you. You see, let us not go to a certain stage whereby it will be like retributive. And because this regime did it to MPP members, when tomorrow MPP comes to power in 2029, they also do it to NDC members. That to me should be, look, we sat here and talk about the businesses, Ghanaian businesses, that we shouldn't do that. Why are we going this path?
Okay, you catch a breather. Yes, Nuruddin. So your government stands accused of the excessive resorts, sometimes if not directly, indirectly encouraging it, and it's been going on. So just 2 weeks ago or so in Gambaga, somebody had made a comment about the regional minister on a WhatsApp platform, and the police invited him to come and talk peace plus answer why he said that minister is incompetent, that he's not qualified to be a minister. Now, we are being told about these invitations, and as you can see, truth is that the invitations are getting increasing. There is this MPP social media activist, Nana Addo Nyame, who's been summoned by the CID to report at the headquarters. That was supposed to be on Friday for whatever comment. Then there's a guy in, is it Takoradi or which region is that, who was also invited. He referred to that young man. He had put up on social media a sort of placard that has the president's image and says, Dumso is back or something. And he was also brought in. Then the NPP had to run to his rescue, got him, granted bail. And then Abronye was attending court as usual. Then his bail literally gets revoked and he's been in custody. Why? What's going on?
Thank you very much, Samson. First and foremost, let me put on record that there is absolutely nothing happening in the country that should give anybody the slightest indication that free speech is being criminalized. I think those statements are not borne out by the facts, and they are not supported by the report of globally acclaimed institutions for measuring free speech like the World Press Freedom Ranking and all of that. But, Samson, I think the point has to be made and made forcefully that inherent in the freedom of expression are responsibilities. We can't claim to want to enjoy our freedom of expression and not be alive to the responsibilities that come with it, taking cognizance of the repercussions or the consequences that a responsible commentary can bring to our country. So I don't think free speech is under threat. Free speech is being protected under the leadership of President John Mahama. All of us responsible citizens who are engaged in responsible commentary are going about our duties normally without any let or hindrance. I don't think Mr. Gary Nimakun has been invited because he's been critical of government. I don't think Nana B, I don't think Miracle Sabwaje have been invited for engaging in any inflammatory commentary. So insofar as the security agencies have found it necessary to invite particular individuals, suggest that they have engaged in particular commentary that they deem to be an affront to the law.
I think the threshold is
let him develop his point.
So I believe free speech is not under threat. Free speech is being protected. And I was quite disappointed when I saw Dr. Baumia's message, his statement, and his particular reference to Abronye. I felt very disappointed because the conduct Abronye has engaged in amount to scandalizing a court. Samson, to put it in proper perspective, I have the charge sheet of Abronye and this, and on the particulars of offense, Abronye is deemed to have said in a video on social media that you are not a judge, but rather a politician who has covered your hair with a sack and you claim you are a judge. When power changes hands, you'll be dealt with accordingly. Samson, this is a clear case of scandalizing a court of competent jurisdiction. This is a clear case of threatening a judge who is duly administering justice in an official capacity. So is it the contention of Dr. Baumia that Abronye should not be held responsible for engaging in this kind of irresponsible commentary simply because he's MPP? And when Dr. Baumia was vice president, were other people who made similar comments left off the hook?
Other people like?
Ohine Babuama Benye. He was jailed for 3 weeks for scandalizing the Supreme Court during the 2020 election petition because he called them unanimous FC and alleged on radio that the president met them before they came to deliver the judgment. He was not only remanded, he was convicted. And when Dr. Baumia was vice president, the NDC youth organizer for Sotum, one of our branches, he was jailed 4 years for threatening the president. under when Dr. Bawumia was vice president.
Was that a threat to the IGP or the president?
I think it was a threat to President Akufo-Addo.
No.
Whatever it is.
You need to check.
Okay, whatever
it was. It was comments about the elections, correct?
Okay.
About the elections and how the police had been derelict or something of the sort.
Good, but something, whatever the case may be, these are offenses emanating from irresponsible, should I say, exercise of the right to free speech. He was jailed for 4 years. Dr. Bawumia was vice president. At least, I don't know of any MPP member who have been jailed for the 1.5 years that President Mahama has been in office for irresponsible commentary. If you are to more or less list the number of people who were arrested under similar circumstances under the MPP, I don't think, Samson, the time you have allotted me would allow. Bobia Ansah was arrested under a similar was arrested for alleging that the First Lady...
No. Allow him. Please, hold on. Hold on.
You see?
Let him talk.
All these are arrests associated with the irresponsible exercise of free speech. Bobia Ansah was arrested under when Dr. Bawumia was vice president. What did he say? He is alleged to have made particular commentary about the First Lady that was said to be untrue. No Adame. Samson, you remember that case in Adan, a journalist on Adan FM who made some commentary about McDonald's acquisition of the Songo sort, was equally, I'm told, as a result of the brutalities he suffered, he has even passed on. Sami Jemfi was arrested. Immediately he stepped out of a studio for making comments that was deemed irresponsible at the time. He had to shuttle between the CID headquarters and the party office for almost 6 months. When Dr. Bawumia was vice president, Kalib Kuda was arrested. Kalib Kuda and one lady by name Zoe Amu Bedu or whatever.
Bedu.
They were arrested for just taking a picture of a rickety vehicle that was said to be a security asset. Mensa Thompson.
So let's keep things in perspective. Mm-hmm. You are doing a list. Mm-hmm. Which list? Mm-hmm. So far, one would be one that was qualified under this law or charged under this law. Mm-hmm. You just mentioned Mensa Thompson, who was also charged under this law.
Yes.
But the rest that you have mentioned, there was a contempt proceeding. Abubedu Dems, they were not charged for any offense, even though the national security was unhappy about what they did at their premises without permission.
But Samson, if you are talking about the criminalization of free speech, we can't cherry pick. All offenses that emanate from irresponsible exercise of the right to free speech comes under scrutiny when you say free speech is under attack. And there is this journalist by name Reginald Sechi Brown. He was arrested on the 30th of May 2018. What was his offense? He was just holding a placard. Says student arrested for holding open UGMC now placard at the event where a first lady was. So if all these things has happened under you, I don't want to even bring in journalists who were harassed for performing their functions as journalists. People like Manasseh Awene Azure, who at a certain point had to be evacuated from the country to South Africa and all of that, under the leadership of Dr. Bawumia, all because they exercise their right to free speech. So if all these things happened under Dr. Bawumia, I don't think there is any legal justification or there is any factual basis to seek to...
A question. When these arrests were made, did you endorse them? Were you happy with them? Were you okay with them?
Samson, it is not...
When Bobia was arrested, when Sami Jemfi was arrested, the people, Ohiniba, who was contempt proceedings for the commentary he made, all of those things. Were you okay with them?
You see, it's not about whether I endorsed it or not. It is whether the allegation made against them fit the crime they were charged with. You know?
Do you remember what you said about these people, particularly those who are affiliated
What
to
did
the
we say?
NDC?
Samson, you see, just last week, Samson, you led a group of protesters of the Democratic Hub. You won a case against the police for, should I say, similar violation of free speech or freedom of expression. That happened under the MPP. None of that has happened under the current administration. So I think it will be very unfair. It will be very, should I say, it will be a bit of an overstretch for anybody alleged to allege that free speech is presently.
There are a number of journalists. I led journalists to the courts who went to cover the demonstrations and who suffered detention. There are a number of journalists. And I have to say thank you to Richmond Roxon and Inus Afuseni, who came to also testify for these people because they had been at the police station to try and secure bail for them. And, you know, they too had some encounters. So they were good witnesses for us. Now, my question to you is, when Bobie was picked up, when Mensa Thompson was picked up, now, Mensa Thompson is deputy at SEC, right? Securities and Intelligence, Securities Exchange Commission. Sami Jemfi, all these people. You recall how you were angry and how on radio and TV you described the regime as anti-free speech.
But Samson, you know the law is no respecter of persons, regardless of whatever sentiments anybody is expressing. I think we need to look at the facts. Does the act complained of fit into the charge? And I think in the case of Abronye, it fits quite perfectly. You can't go on radio, you can't go on TV and call a judge duly appointed a politician and threaten him that if power changes hands, you are going to deal with him. If the state does not actually deal with issues of this instance, it brings the administration of justice into disrepute. And Samson, I think those of us who are officers of the law, those of us who are who have had something to do with the law, should not more or less cherry pick which part of our criminal code is preferable and therefore should be applied, and which component should be jettisoned simply because it does not fit into
the question I've asked you. You see why it's difficult for you to answer my question?
No, Samson, it is not difficult at all.
It's difficult for you to answer me because it's good to be consistent. When your party people or people affiliated to your party, or when you were in opposition and people suffered some of these things, that was good fodder for you to lambast the government 24/7. Same thing is happening, and you are fine with it.
Samson,
so what's the purpose of the reset?
Samson, you see, what you are saying is tantamount to saying that because I complained about a wrong someone did yesterday, if a similar wrong is committed by someone else today and the person is being punished, I have no right to more or less call for the law to be upheld. I find that reasoning a bit strange. That is why I say, regardless of whichever political party is in power, those of us politicians will express one opinion or the other about how the state decide to use its prosecutorial powers. But we as lawyers, we need to, I think, cut out the emotional and sentimental arguments and look at the law. Does the utterances of Abronye vis-a-vis the judge presiding over the case at the Delta Circuit Court constitute a crime? If it is, Samson, regardless of what I said yesterday, regardless of what Gary is saying today, the law must take its course. And in our case, did the lamentations or did our complaint prevent the court from exercising?
You are prosecuting a government of reset. That's the question I'm asking you. What's the purpose of reset? Is it to come back here and tell me it happened yesterday? So if it's happening today, it's fine.
But
is that reset?
Nowhere in the reset was it said that when people commit offenses or when people engage in criminal conduct, they will be left off the hook because
Do you know that this government is sponsoring a bill to Parliament that seeks to repeal this very provision, Section 208, that is being used?
Something that is within the realm of conjecture. Insofar
it's not
as
conjecture. I'm telling you as a matter of fact. The misinformation, disinformation bill seeks to repeal and remove this law because you feel as a government that it's a wrong law. It shouldn't exist.
But something, insofar as it has not been repealed, it is a good law that the state can apply. So, Samson, I don't want the emphasis to be so much on the personality involved than the act complained of. Scandalizing the court, Samson, is something that those of us who are officers of the court should not take lightly.
So it's scandalizing the court. As a lawyer, scandalizing the court is Section 208 offense.
It's not necessarily a Section 208 offense. It is an offense that is born out of irresponsible exercise of free speech.
He's not been hauled. Abronya has not been hauled for contempt.
Samson, you see, I'm not limiting myself only to the offenses in Section 207 and 208 and Section 76 of the Electronic Communication Act. I'm looking at offenses that arises as a result of indecent exercise of free speech. And this issue about contempt comes squarely and under that. Some say you get it. So I think what Abronye has done is reprehensible. It should be condemned by all right-thinking members in society. And the least anybody should do is to want to hide behind politics, to hide behind this so-called claim of political persecution, to let political actors who engage in irresponsible political commentary.
From where you sit, it's okay to keep people in custody for making comments that you are not happy with. Hold on for me. We need to take a break here. It's important. We need to pay our bills. But as we go on that break, I want to share with you something I've shared. You know me on this subject already. So in this regime, in 1 year and 5 months, I have counted so far 16 of the circumstances where people have spoken and have been arrested, and most of them have been detained, and some of them have secured bail regardless of the hefty, bail terms that they have been subjected to under this law. 16 of them. For the entirety of the Akufo-Addo regime, 8 years. I said it here the other week. Some of you did not understand. You count less than a dozen of the application of that law. And yet all of us collectively bastardize the regime for using the Section 208 and 207 against people. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gums and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe, or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
The studio. Yes, Kofi, I'm coming to you right now.
So, that one.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. Is brought to you by Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Malcolm, your number one shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. Kofi, is free speech under siege, or reckless people are being shown how not to do the wrong things?
Free speech is under siege. That's what the facts will show. And unfortunately, it's such an unnecessary, burden for this government to assume. I mean, Abronya gentleman is not my friend per se, and I don't, have any problem with him personally. But I think they know what kind of quantity that gentleman is. And what the NDC is doing is really elevating the guy's profile. He is running for election. He's a politician. In this country, people have become ministers because they insulted the president. Sometimes some of these people, they use these things to elevate their profile within their parties. I think that they are giving him too much room. That's one. Number two, I had my brother list a couple of things. And honestly, we don't have the time to go through it, but some of them don't fit. See, when you have a political interpretation of law, you end up in some of these situations. You mentioned Reginald Sechi Brown. Sechi Brown is not a journalist, he's a pharmacist. And what Sechi Brown did, I supported it. Okay, what the government did at the time, all of us slammed the government because the government was wrong. It is not the same as what Abronya is doing. And by the way, Abronya said, this is a judge who has become a politician, has put a sack over his head, whatever it is. There is no crime there. Read the law and read it well. Indeed, if that judge felt scandalized or insulted or abused or anything, that judge has sufficient powers in contempt, ex facia curia, to bring Abronya there and deal with him. No police person has any business dealing with that. Free speech is protecting irresponsible speech also. We are not saying people should go ahead and be irresponsible in their speech. All right? So look, I think it is just wrong. Look, and again, this is where my issues really are. When the history of Ghana is written, President Mahama will have a space that not even Kwame Nkrumah had. Because of his political trajectory, history, what he's come through, the only person who has had 2 bites at the presidency. And his first time, he went down ingloriously. So far in his second term, he's doing so well. I don't think the order came from President Mahama or anybody at the top. Some overzealous police person trying to do something that they shouldn't do is doing these things. But when
if it didn't come from President Mahama, when I did my take, I said, he's not speaking.
I'm making the point. I'm saying, when the stories are written, these are the things that tarnish a legacy. So you must be careful and be minded that under you, people are not allowed to do some of these things, all right? See, and when you talk about Dr. Bawumia shouldn't rise to their defense, Dr. Bawumia is the leader of a political party whose members are under siege. And it can be said, like Samson has said, the facts are clear that we are having an abuse of laws in the name of trying to sanitize speech. Nobody has that business, and he will be remiss not to speak about it. I recently read about Nana Ajantua complaining that when Dr. Bawumia was vice president and he had a problem, he didn't rise to her defense. Now he is the leader of the...
Our time is up, unfortunately, Kofi.
He must stand and speak about some of these things because they are abuses of the law.
And Nuruddin, the second time you are coming to the studio and very limited time for you. I'm hoping that next time we'll have sufficient time.
We should repeal that law when they come into power.
Yeah, so that we engage.
Must be
well, this government is already seeking to remove it.
They should.
Yeah, in the misinformation, disinformation law. My guests have been Abbas Nuruddin, of course, Gary Nimako is here, and Kofi Bentil also is here. Thank you very much. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. My view is that that law should go now. Have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here, for now. Yay. Now, I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt, refreshing relief, fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action.
Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
Sasso, come tum preko.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleoma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes.
Hello there, and today on Sages, we welcome a truly extraordinary guest whose life's work has reshaped how the world understands Africa and its global legacy. Professor Sheila Walker is an award-winning cultural and anthropologist, acclaimed author, and celebrated documentary filmmaker whose research and storytelling have illuminated the vibrant connections between Africa and its diaspora across continents and centuries. Honored on international stages, from the United Nations to the Pan-African Music Festival, she has not only chronicled history, but made it, inspiring audiences from classrooms to world capitals whether rewriting the narratives of Africans in the Americas or exploring the spiritual and cultural threads that bind community worldwide. Professor Walker's passion and scholarship continue to break boundaries and build bridges. Now get ready for an inspiring conversation with a visionary whose work is as global as it is and deeply very personal. Stay with me. When we come back, I get to introduce, or you get to see, my guest. Welcome back to Sages, and I'm MFA Akufo-Addo.